All right, well, Merry Christmas, everyone. Hopefully my stream is coming through clearly for you. I am going to get a few other things started, and we're going to kick off with a little bit of testing at the start of the day. So if you're just joining in, trying to figure what's up, that's the plan. Just a moment. Since we're going to be doing testing, I'll add a little music in the video background. But I was told the other day that the music comes through a little loud. So what I'm going to try to do is tweak that so we don't have to suffer the whole way through. Let's see. People have to let me know if it's not working for them otherwise, because I'm happy to not have lots of loud sounds. Let's see. Add to playlist. That's probably too loud. Let's kick that down to like -10. Looking up a couple of interesting notions here today. I'm going to try and do a little testing on Zealot. I'm going to play something stupid on Zealot that I want to try. Yeah, okay, still a bit loud. Let me pull it down some more. Is it even coming through anymore? It doesn't look like it. Hang on. All right, we're going to try and dial this in a little bit, because I'm not... There's a mix of inputs going on here. What if I just put this at 0, but I knock the VLC player down a bunch? Let me know how that is. If you can even hear it anymore. I can barely hear it, so you might not be able to hear it at all either. Let's see, Health bar still is just not working for me, so that's really annoying. Creature spawner is active. True solo is active. Cool. So one of the things I want to do is very quiet. Okay. Let me pull it up to maybe 5%. See if that comes through okay. So my notion for today is let's look at Blazing Piety. I don't know if I have a Blazing Piety build on hand, so I will have to make one. So let's do that real quick. I believe the typical is just all of this cross down through here. We should also do like the normie chorus build. Wait, no, it's not this one. It's what's the one that gives me more crit? No, it's this one. All right, so we want Giga crit output. I've got 2 points. I'll take these 2 nodes, the most common nodes ever. That should be fine. I might. Interesting problem. I could probably ditch this because I'm running Enduring Faith, right? So, and then I've got Thy Wrath Be Swift. That gets me close to attack speed. I want the attack speed if I can get it. Where can I take out? I could probably ditch toughness replenishment on kill, right? For attack speed, because I'm gonna have my ult plenty since I'm going to be doing this. Okay, that makes sense. And then real quick, we'll test that. That's a test value, and then we'll do another one with just the chorus normal. Blazing Spirit's high crit build, but with FGS on Psyker. FGS? What's FGS? You want to type that out for me, Fies? Scourge, we need these, we need this. We're going to come across here, we're going to grab this, grab that. We're going to go down through here, we're going to take the damage node. We are not going to take martyrdom, we're going to take Blazing. What else should I grab? I probably want that since it's close and easy. Oh, and I'm gonna want Until Death. What can I kill? This is painful. Well, I probably can't take that if I want Until Death, and then I can't have Duelist either. Oh, God, no wonder these people can't do any damage. Force Greatsword. Oh, FG. Yeah, that makes sense. Blazing Spirit's high crit build. So I have actually tried the Blazing Spirit's high crit build, and it is not good. I actually have it in my datasheet. If you are interested, I have figured out how to put my datasheet up. It's only in view only mode right now, but the link is in the description. You can now go look at it yourself. I will be adding data this patch, or this today, to that sheet. And I'm going to make a video announcing the sheet is open. I just need to check a few things, then I'll make it editable and or not editable, but downloadable by other players, so people can finally have access to the full data sheet. Since we're a cozy little squad here at the moment, this fine day after Christmas, I suspect that people already know this, but the data sheet is hardly perfect. There are a bunch of flaws, so don't just like look at the number and assume everything is perfect, right? Some of the flaws are like, we'll do tests that aren't normative or appropriate, and those will cause negative results on the like leader comparison. So there's lots of stuff. Give me 2 shakes. I gotta do one thing and work out what to do with this rope. Get until Holy Revenants in this build. Do I have to drop Thy Wrath Be Swift? I mean, like, I don't have points to drop. I guess I could. No, I need that. I could drop crit. What is the meta solution here? Give me just a second. I'm gonna go look it up. So I apparently don't know what to sacrifice. Sacrificing. Are we just sacrificing at the very top of the tree here? Okay. So we're just going to sacrifice. I already sacrificed that. Well, what else do I pull out of here? Also, act, shield attempt. Shield of Contempt. Shield of Contempt is underrated, by the way. Shield of Contempt is actually really strong. 60% damage reduction for 4 seconds not taking damage, so you take a little chip damage and surprise, you get 60% DR. That's really strong. Just need to pick up Until Death from something. Not Until Death, but... Is there anything I can knock off of here? I guess I could not take this stuff. Alright, well, we'll just suffer through not having Thy Wrath Be Swift. And we will instead take the melee attack speed. That seems like the pretty close to the ideal loadout there, right? So we'll do that. We'll do a Critterator. No, we'll do a Dueling Sword, because that's like the meta thing to do. I think I already have Dueling Sword with Martyrdom placed down, but I have the wrong blessing, so I might have to run that back real quick. I also have to run it back anyway, because I'm going to be using ult here. So we'll tweak this. We'll get rid of Rampage. I think you want Post and Uncanny. It's like the thing to do. And then for this loadout, we're doing testing Greatsword. Typical Greatsword. This is just like the FOTF crit build version of the Greatsword, and then we're going to test out the Dueling Sword, Blazing or Chorus of Spiritual Fortitude for clear times as well. So I gotta change this out to be appropriate to the weapon.
Many heroes have borne your arms before you.
And then we gotta go through my just heinous, truly painful inventory. What's up, Cavals? This is the wrong thing to take. Hang on. Is this even buffed all the way? This isn't even buffed all the way. Higher mastery level. Oh, that's my stupid. That's my Dueling Sword. Where are you? There you are. Fine. Alright, this is all fine. I just need to swap this for Uncanny. I believe that is like the default. You can also do Thrust. I mean, there's a lot of great blessings here, so it's really like we're talking about minimal margins I know I don't have a perfect penetration stat, but it's going to be the same weapon for every test, so it doesn't matter. And what we're gonna do here is we're gonna change up the dynamic. So solo. Okay, so cool news about solo. They updated it. I can now test it Havoc, and I have been doing so for some of the wet stuff. I haven't done it in a spreadsheet yet. I'm gonna do that later, but that's not the now thing. Do let me know if the music is too loud. I want to have it sort of below the surface so that it's not completely boring in here when it's quiet, but at the same time, I don't want it to be inaudible. So I don't want it to be too loud. I don't want it to be too quiet. I'm just gonna get kicked off here. I've got everything booted, so this should be fairly easy. Did I take the right node for this? Are we taking the toughness pump node? This is, yeah, we took the wrong node. There we go.
If it is truly the Master's will that we travel this foul path, far be it for me to argue.
Not gonna pump chorus for this, because even though it's probably gonna be active. Oh, and I have two wrong curios. I mean, it doesn't really matter for this build, but whatever. We'll just take them off. You know what? I can just leave it alone. Well, somebody will probably be like, or something, so we'll take them off, just so I don't have to listen to that later. Just whatever. It really doesn't matter. Okay, so here is phase 1. We're just gonna test into horde, right? Got our sweet dueling sword. We're gonna test into horde. Need other way. The infected. I don't know how to pronounce your name, Evgeny, so you'll have to let me know if I got it right. But the auto pistol is actually viable. People underestimate it a little bit because it got nerfed, and they never really updated their opinions about it after the nerf, right? So you want to take, I believe it might be powder burn. Yeah, I think it's powder burn, and I think it's blaze away or pinning fire. Yeah, pinning fire is the one. And that gives you a ton of cleave, because power plus strength boosts cleave. It's a quick draw weapon. It does decent. You take plus maniacs on it, and you take plus black on it. It is not amazing, but it is certainly not unviable. It has some advantages in the suppression domain, which, considering how many gunners and shooters you have to deal with in Havocs, might even be valuable. I don't know. I haven't run it in Havoc, but at least at Auric level, you can run it and feel totally fine. I would run it with knives, personally, because you're going to need something to kill the far-away trapper or sniper, because it's not a great gun. However, if you run it with, like, a Thunderhammer, it's actually really useful as a quick-draw horde killer. It's a little too weak to be, like, meta, but it's not bad. So that's my take on it. It's just kind of fine. Let's see, we got our first set, so I need to get another 20. So all we're going to do here is we're going to rush in, and we're going to kill the foxes. Didn't need push. Somebody behind me. Yep, took damage. There is somebody behind me. Oh, I missed a wound curio. Doesn't matter. Ah, this is messy. I can't keep them in front of me. Okay. Let me go back here. Let's... First of all, why do I still have a wound curio on this build? Fine. There we go. Second of all, it won't influence anything. Neo Luna, you're correct. The top right side is just the best, so, I mean, what are you going to do about it, really? Alright, we'll run a second test on... we'll run it into Ogrins. There was nothing wrong with that test, it was fine. It's just a little messy, but that's kind of okay. I could probably clean it up, but whatever. I just want to get some basic numbers. Alright, ready? This is so suboptimal. That's okay, I'm taking damage on purpose. There we go. I don't want to use that one. I had too much of an issue with clean headshots. See, I don't care if I take damage anymore because I'm not, like, we don't have default martyrdom. You have to be using martyrdom to worry about that, and I always full stack martyrdom, right? The problem is what just happened to me was I couldn't hit their heads because there was too much, like, overlap, right? So I need to clean that up because that's not the optimal outcome. That's not, like, the mathematically best. I don't have any buffs, so let's do it. Oh, I did worse that time. Oh, I wasn't recording anyway. Great. I'll throw it away. The most Housecack, the most meta loadouts will typically just dip into these two nodes and grab everything else on the way down. The only reason we're not doing that is because Blazing Piety is actually fairly expensive from a tree perspective to grab, because you can't, like, you have to understand, when you're grabbing FOTF, it's optimal to, because you don't have to, when you're grabbing, I'm sorry, Benediction, it's optimal because all this stuff is next up, Benediction, which is just the best, right? And then you go down to FOTF or you go in Chorus. But if you need Beacon, which you're probably going to want to take in a Havoc, if you're running Chorus, then you're going to just have to spend too many points and you can't take this. So you're going to lose damage into Ogrins, right? That sounds a bit loud. Wish these were, like, volume normalized. Maybe I can work on that a little. Alright, we'll just try back. 1, 2, 3, 4. That was clean. That was about as clean as it's gonna get, so. Man, Chief, that is because the dueling sword. Okay, so this is a problem with the understanding of the game, and a lot of people are just like really they really like feeling strong on the dueling sword, and I get that, but if you have a weapon that has perfect mobility, and it has the ability to treat Crushers kind of like Poxwalkers, especially with the right build, and it can also just kill everything in the game with 1 or 2 hits, and it also has perfectly decent horde clear, not the best, but decent, there's no downsides to the weapon. What are you going to do to buff other weapons up to par? And how does that not make the game downright boring and awful? Like, if the game isn't challenging at all, then it's just a snooze shooter. Not a horde shooter, a snooze shooter. All you do is run around and snooze through the mission. So, like, what's the point of the video game then? Like, why are you here? And like, what do you do? Like, imagine trying to buff the Thunderhammer to be good enough. The Thunderhammer already one-taps the same things that the Dueling Sword one-taps, right? Like, the Dueling Sword can one-tap Crushers with a good build. Okay, well, a Thunderhammer can one-tap Crushers with the right build. Well, the Thunderhammer is worse in every way because it's way slower. So what do you do about that? Like, okay, you just make the Thunderhammer way faster. Okay, now it's just a different skin on the Dueling Sword. There's no way to buff things up to the maximal performance without turning them all into the same weapon. That's why the Dueling Sword needs to be nerfed. It needs to have downsides. It needs to be worse at some things. It needs to be bad at some things. And yes, it's a fun weapon, and it should stay a fun weapon. Don't hit it too hard. You know, my worry is not that it gets nerfed. My worry is that it gets turned into, like, garbage paste, which is what it started like. So we have to avoid that, too. But minor nerfs to carapace damage won't kill the Dueling Sword. It'll be fine. All right. The other thing I want to try here is we need to just compare this with the correct build to my FOTF, my typical FOTF build. Let's see, is this the right one? Did I tweak this at all? No, this is Grievous Wounds. Why do I have Grievous Wounds? Why don't? What is going on with this build? Probably took off Disdain and pulled up Grievous Wounds. I guess that's fine. What else would I take? I probably told Disdain off and took Grievous for this. I could take Punishment. I can't afford anything else. Did I actually make sense when I made this build? Hitman, yeah, I totally agree. I don't think you hit the dueling sword very hard, and I think you do need to buff other weapons. And I think there's a lot of weapons that do need buffs, or there's a lot of weapons that need tweaks or quality of life changes. So, like the Eviscerators are like a perfect example of that. They don't have the stagger they should have. The chain access better stagger with them. It makes no sense. I will just use this. It's going to be close enough. I'll grab that same dueling sword. We'll just run it into the horde enemies. I just need something to beat me up. Dang it, too much health. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. Let's see. Perfect! Look at that, 32. Right on the money. Plasma gun is actually pretty insane, by the way, but I don't want to touch it either until we worry about other stuff. I guess you could down tweak it a little bit. Like, it might be nice to make the left click a little less effective against crushers and stuff, so you have to use the right click. That might be good. Okay, so this is the horde test. 1, 2, 3, 4. I haven't looked at the plasma gun balance in a long time, though, so I haven't really been thinking about it. At least when I'm playing Oryx, Plasma Gun no longer feels oppressive. Like, when you're playing I'm sorry, not Oryx. When you're playing Havocs, Plasma Gun doesn't feel oppressive, it just feels capable. And the Bolt Gun also feels really capable, so at least there's some diversity there. When I'm playing Oryx, though, Plasma Gun is really oppressive. Alright, I need to record this. And we'll just go in. It's easier to control because of all the attack speed I'm getting from martyrdom. Okay. Someone wanted me to do the Crusher test too. We'll do the Crusher test. And we'll also do I'll need to do Crushers, and I'll need to do FOTF, Dueling Sword, as well with Charge and Crit Spam CDR. That's also probably... I'll just do the Greatsword for that. That'll be the same test. Well, maybe I should do both. Let's see, what do you say? On Plasma, left click to blow you up? Like the I think left click shouldn't blow you up. I think right click should blow you up, but then it should be... left click should be commensurately weaker against big targets, so you need to use right click. And right click should actually be a little stronger. And I think you just drop Cleave a little bit, because it just punches through like 900 Poxwalkers and can kill them all, which is insane. The revolver is in an unbalanced position right now, and it needs a small nerf to the top end of its damage pool. So like its ability to kill crushers and maulers and stuff is a little too high, but if it was still really good at other elites, it'd be fine. Agyak, I would like to thank you for being my first subscriber. Thank you so much. Like, genuinely, it's good to see you here. I was going to do a little shout out in the video at some point, but you're here, so I get to do it now. But thank you. I'm just very grateful for that. That's really nice of you. Do I think the DS4 needs to be nerfed? I think the DS4 needs to be nerfed. Not hard. Very soft. Very gentle nerf, mostly against crushers and unyielding damage. And then I would leave it alone. I was talking about mobility being a big problem, and maybe that should be done, but I've been convinced recently by someone who said the Dueling Sword's mobility issues should probably be addressed through game mechanics. So, like, boss walls or something like that to slow people down would probably be the solution. Yeah, and that's part of it, too. It can't crack through 4 shotgunners anymore because they increase shotgunner hit mass, so it's like... we're kind of looking at the weapon being more in parity with the bolt pistol, even though it's still a better weapon. So it can be, we can be really, like, maybe we look at hand cannon, right? And that will tone down his Carapace and it'll be fine to Neildona's point. So you're going to have to take this on faith because I haven't tested it, but I'm told that the upgraded Obscurus Force Sword is actually insane right now and people are sleeping on it. So go try it. I haven't tried it yet. I don't know. All right, we're going to get in here. We're going to kill these guys. and we're gonna just compare.
Master grant me strength! For the master of mankind!
Yeah, see, that's not fair and balanced. That's disgusting. Okay, we need to compare. We need to compare. I have this build, which is crit FOTF. So we're gonna crit FOTF into a horde with dueling sword, okay? And into crushers too, why not? 2, 3, 4. I need 2 seconds, apparently. 12 seconds. Wait, I have 2 charges. It says 2 charges? What's going on here? It says 2 there, right? What's this cooldown? What's this timer? What's going on? I'm a confused man, but we're just gonna go for it. Alright, we're recording, we're in. I didn't even get a chance to use them, so this would only be relevant if you're fighting more than 4 crushers. Roughly equivalent to chainsword. Interesting. Twin-linked heavy stubber? I don't know. I haven't used a twin-linked heavy stubber in so long, I actually genuinely don't know. The electrokinetic force staff. I don't know the answer to that one either. I don't have the experience on Psyker to answer that question. I would guess for force staffs, it's the same as always, which is warp resistance. Warp resistance is usually the dump stat on staffs because you don't actually want to be low perils, you want to be high perils so you can get all the strength bonuses, right? Can't see. Give me a second. I need to change my settings. Like, I literally... There's too many bodies in the way. I can no longer place my enemies. Watch this. Okay, so we run in here. We're going to place down these. We're going to do crit spam FOTF into... That does tick down slow. Well, if you're swinging the big ranged attack on the greatsword, I guess that's kind of cheating, but you can bend the rules for solo melee only. I think that's acceptable. Yes, actually, so I'm going to get their name wrong, and I'm really sorry about that. Maybe I can go look it up for you real quick. There's a person called, it's like Cafe something. They used to send me their solo melees back when I was a smaller channel. But I remember them. And I remember being really impressed with their gameplay, so give me 2 seconds. Cappuccino. And you might be able to find them on YouTube. I don't have a link to for you, but Cappuccino is spelled K. And they posted... they were sending me... And they were posting them on YouTube publicly, so it's like you can probably find them. But they did solo melee only challenge on every single class with multiple different weapons. Very impressive stuff. Like... I'm always thrilled to see someone just do something really cool like that. I haven't been able to pull that off, frankly. I've done it on, like, one class. Okay, so here's what we're doing. Oh, this is, like, the horrible Christmas mix that I accidentally rendered, and it's terrible, so give me a second to just skip out of that. Oh, that's better. Okay. I hope he doesn't mind the shout out. I think it's impressive when someone does something cool. Alright, so here's what we're doing. This is what the test is. We're doing Blazing Piety with Dueling Sword, right? We're going to use FOTF. That is not standard for my testing apparatus. And the reason it's not standard is 100 guys naked in a horde is not really a good use of FOTF. Like, you might as well just save it in that case most of the time. 100 guys is a standard horde wave. There's oftentimes like 3 waves now, but it's... yeah, I think there's 3 waves. It might even be 100 guys, period. What's up, Ilya? So but what we're going to do is we're going to FOTF and see if we get value out of it into the 100 horde target. And if we don't, then that's an indication that FOTF is not necessarily... Blazing Piety is not necessarily better in this specific use case, but it might be better overall still. I can't answer that question up front, right? We have to use what I have comparison for. Okay, ready? We're going to go in, we're going to hit somebody, and then we're going to ult. I took damage. Don't worry about that. Doesn't matter. Should probably restart this test, but I'm just... Alright, I got at least one use out of it. I don't think that use matters. That slowed me down, actually, but it's fine. I need to get the right curios on this build. What the heck is going on? Yeah, I'm having the same problem. Alright, I copied my martyrdom build. I am. Alright, hang on. We'll throw that one in the dustbin. That's fine. I just... What's up, Slav? How you doing? How was your Christmas? Well, if you say so, Pepper, I'm not going to stop you, but just make sure you're eating good mud. You don't want the leaded mud. There we go. How did I, like, fly with that dodge back? That was a much better performance. Okay. Yeah, I've got a Zealot build with the Crusher. I actually posted it some time ago. I think it's perfectly viable still. However, if you want to just like get my Crusher build, it's like genuinely it's either this like Piety build, an Exorable build. Like this is the same. Just take this, okay? Take this node instead of, I don't know what else I've got in here. Take these nodes, get FOTF, and then go across and either take Martyrdom or an Exorable or Blazing. Like you can do any of this and it'll all be fine. Personally, Martyrdom is my preference in Oryx, and I'm not sure about Havocs yet. I just haven't worked out my preference for Havocs. Would running the MK2 Bonk Hammer work in H40? You mean the Thunderhammer? So, Cert, I have to tell you, I've run it a number of times, and I have mixed feelings about it, but that is exactly what I plan to go play today, is a really weird build with Thunderhammer. That is the bad idea I have for the day. Okay, next up, we need to do this. Yeah, it feels really bad when you're trying to charge shooters and stuff, and it's bad, and it feels gross into really dense mass, but if you have a good team that can help hold the line, it's really strong to kill stuff with. No, I was just going to pub it. I was just going to pub it because it will be a more honest example of the experience. Which means I'm probably going to lose and die a bunch, but I don't have a big ego, so it doesn't matter. Sustained Assault is great. It's a great weapon. It's great, but you can't always afford it. So, you know, like you can't, like I can't afford it in this build, so I'm not using it. It's just that, it's really just that simple. Like I would rather have thy wrath be swift than Sustained Assault. And I'd have to pull these two nodes out to get it. You know. I don't have the answer to that. Neo Luna, I'm not a huge Blazing Piety person. I've done Blazing Piety builds. I've played Blazing Piety. I get it. I've run it through Havoc 40. But the question I'm sort of trying to ask right now is Blazing Piety better than Martyrdom for outright damage, or is it just better for like CDR? Like what's the value add here? And I don't know the answer really. So, all right. Well, we already know that crit reduction into Ogrin isn't that exciting. The damage here doesn't matter. We'll just, oh, you know what we should do? We should do this. I commonly use this weapon, so we'll just use the Mark. We're doing the Mark II. So the Mark 10, so need. Cool down and just the main Mark. So, Drunk Panda, that's kind of what I'm going to try. That's actually very much what I'm looking to try. Blazing Piety is better because you get lots of crit cooldown, right? But people really underestimate how much base damage you get out of martyrdom, and it really improves breakpoints on a lot of weapons, right? So the question I am asking is, considering how you're with blazing, you're losing a ton of attack speed, right? So maybe it's fine for a dueling sword. We're gonna find out because I'm testing that right now. But is it fine into other? You know, is it really the ideal? I just don't know the answer. So here we go. We're gonna do. We're using FOTF for this test, right? And we're gonna do crit. And then we're going to use FOTF on a martyrdom build, and because we didn't do that yet, I haven't tested that yet, and we're going to see how that works out too. We are going to activate. We're going to go in. I'm not going to count these guys. They don't count. I don't even know why they're on the floor, but they don't matter. I could have killed them in one swing, so they would have been fine. All right, so I got one extra use of FOTF from crits, just as a point of order. It was suboptimal usage of it, but it's there. So I played it on a 40 last night, and I did fine in a martyrdom build with Thammer, but there was a few moments where I just ate garbage because I could not dodge enough to get away from the gunners who were gunning me down, right? We didn't have a bubble in that run, and so I died. If you have a bubble, which you have to remember when we're talking about Havoc, like, there's sort of two modes of thinking in Havoc. You can either be playing Havoc, like, with optimal builds that are optimized for survivability and success rate and all those things, and there's some discussion to be had about what the exact optimal is, but definitely for sure, having a bubble is going to increase your survivability, right? So assuming you have a bubble, and assuming someone's running a shout vet, because why would you take any other vet, frankly? Like, there's the other vet keystones are just not good in Havoc, so you're going to take shout. So you've got one guy with over toughness, you've got one guy with bubble. If you're running an FOTF vet, Zealot with a Thunderhammer, is there a position for you there in that comp? Because you don't have to deal with like diving gunners in that situation, because you're just going to rely on your team to work that out at range, or use a bubble to push in on them, or something like that, right? So, and again, we have to think about Havoc 40 from a coordinated team perspective, not the perspective of like 4 idiots just doing whatever they want. That's not what Havoc is designed for. If you want to play 4 idiots doing what they want, like, okay, yeah, like, just go play Auric. You can solo Auric. Easy. You can carry anyone in Auric. You can play whatever you want. But Havoc 40 is not designed for that, clearly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a Piety Finder, right? So, with that in mind, okay, I've got a bubble, and I've got a vet with shout. Do I have a chorus zealot? Maybe. Do I not have a chorus zealot? I can live without a chorus zealot, but chorus is obviously, it has upsides. I've never said it's shit. I just said that you're losing a lot of damage, and I think FOTF is better. So in that situation, with bubble, with vet VOC, and with a Thunderhammer zealot, you've probably got enough to push into gunners and Thunderhammer stuff. And then the question is, are you getting enough value where now that the gunner problem is solved, out of the Thunderhammer into the rest of the stuff? I can't answer that question easily. That's just going to be hard. And that's what I want to test for. I've played some games with it, and it feels good sometimes and really bad other times, so I just don't know. Okay, what was I testing here? I was going to test crit. Right, I haven't tested this into Bulwarks, or into Ogrins, so we'll do that. This is the crit into Ogrins, right? Just flat out, no exciting. And okay, there you go. That's pretty indicative of what you're expecting. Let's do martyrdom next. That's the next question. So I've got a martyrdom build right here. I need to test FOTF with martyrdom into those two targets, right? I need a little damage. Martyrdom moment. Need to get a little toughness back. Perfect. So drunk, I tried I tried Havoc without Shock and Awe and into Mobians, and you don't need it. You can, once you get your head taker gets going, and if you hold a little bit of thrust, usually like 1 stack on heavies with the Mark II anyway, with the Crucius, it feels fine. I just bowl everything over in front of me. It doesn't really matter. I really didn't need it. What do I do for work? Product manager. I product manage. I manage product for software products. It's, you know, it's fine. Alright, so Alright, just restart that, because that one guy. But we can just look. I'm also not using cranial. Let's go just do executor. I've got 2 charges, so one, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so we're gonna look at this, and we're gonna look at the time on the Ogryn kills. And so the question is, so part of the reason I'm trying, like, obviously if you have a crit built weapon, Blazing Piety is going to give you a ton of crit result benefit. So, and if it's a fast attacking weapon, like Blazing Piety is great for fast attacking crit focused weapons. And I'm not trying to argue that it's not. What I think, but I saw a lot of people saying you should take Blazing Piety anyway when using the greatsword, and I'm not sure I agree with that position. But I don't know, because I haven't tested it, right? So we're trying to figure the answer out, because that's the, like, the interesting part of the equation is, like, is it actually worth taking the greatsword with Piety, or should you run Inexorable, or should you run Martyrdom? You know, Inexorable is much safer than Martyrdom. Martyrdom is a really stupid build into Havoc when you're running around like 70 toughness, but I've done it a bunch of times and it's fun, so I don't know. Surprised I didn't kill him. Did I miss his head? Alright. Yeah, so Pepper, you're right about that. I mentioned that earlier. If you're fighting a single group of 100 guys and you're looking for crit cooldown being better, like, it's not going to come up, like, over the course of a game, the crit cooldown is going to be a big advantage in a lot of different ways. And so I can't test for that, so it's like, okay. So it's like, so there's always that question, is like, how do you examine those problems? And that's where my testing apparatus is not the best, right? There are, I keep trying to say this, but there are, like, genuine problems with my apparatus. It's not perfect, but that's fine. All right, so let's see here. Da Vinci, I need to turn off Dark Tide. There's Da Vinci. Going to modify the setting of the window. Yes, that's fine. Okay. I think, Pepper, it's a perfectly valid thing to point out. Like, my tools are hardly perfect, so, you know, are we making a perfect comparison? No, let's try to keep that in mind when we're talking about the problem, because I can't possibly solve for all of those. I just can't do it. So I'm going to do what I can do, give us the best information we can work with, and then we'll just have to go from there. Okay, I got a whole bunch of videos to parse. Hopefully I can keep them all in mind, but they should be fairly obvious what everything is. High value, they are basically cooler versions of the new heavy chainsword. The only thing they actually do worse, by the way, and it is worth mentioning, they do this worse. They are worse into bosses, not by like some enormous amount, but and if you're doing like a monster specialist and you're hitting weak spots with FOTF, you can like basically one tap them. But the rev attacks on the Mark 15 and Mark 15 especially, but the Mark 3 Eviscerator are incredibly good for unyielding damage. If you can get a full rev attack with FOTF in on a boss, it is insanely high damage. It's up there with the Thunderhammer. It's actually really insane. But that's not the same thing as saying the weapon is good. I think the weapon needs some changes. Mostly its cleave cap is really bad. And yeah, Pepper, exactly. I'm just trying to keep... we try to keep that in mind. I'm sorry, Agiak. We try to keep it in mind. Because I'm just limited by what I can do. That wasn't really the attack I wanted. Let's see. How do we feel about this? No, I'm absolutely perfect in all things. Imagine. Alright, that was fine. Where's that kill hit? Is that it? That was it. Do let me know if the music gets too loud. I think it's got a little bit of variable volume here, so sorry about that. It's only for the editing part, because no one wants to listen to pure silence when I'm watching back video clips of me stabbing stuff. Alright, we have 12 seconds. So let's go to my data. This is the horde target. We are using a Mark II. We are cheating, by the way, so we're not following the rules. We have 22 seconds. We have Wrath. Let's ramp. I'm not even a Mark IV because I can pick these days. Empowered attack. FOTF. FOTF. Party 5. 1 heavy 2. I didn't do heavy 1, heavy 2 block cancel. I did PA instead, which is a good combo. Which column is my rules column? Hang on. Talents equipped follows the rules is the left column. There we go. It's out. Do the heavy races have pseudo thrust? They do not have pseudo thrust. The heavy eviscerator rev attacks are just powerful, but there's a trick with FOTF where if you hit a heavy eviscerator rev and you hit the alt at the first tick of damage, it doesn't count as the crit hit, but you get the full benefits, and then you can do another hit second that's still a crit, so you can double up your crits on eviscerators. It's crazy. Yeah, I think the eviscerators are kind of in a bad place. The heavy chainswords are in a bad place because they're not even the right size, which is sad. I would like to see them improved because I think they're iconic. The chain axe is in a better space in most cases right now, and the power swords are also just better than them, just on a flat basis. Okay, so we're doing the Blazing Piety great sword here. That's our kill shot. Nobody else after that. I'm going to come back to this one so I can do my crushers later. I'd like to do my horde while I'm in the horde area. It's kind of tedious to go back and forth with the small setup I've got. All? Alright, so we smack. Alright, cool. And this is blazing, clearly. I got 12 stacks of blazing off of that one hit, by the way. Just in case you're wondering how much you could do. Suboptimal attacks. Sorry about that. Are we going to worry about these guys? I don't think we are. I think we're going to consider these guys to be out, because I could have killed them all in one hit. We're going to kill this guy. Yeah, that's adequate. I had to chase him down because he got knocked by I don't even know what, but I'll consider this guy's kill, since I FOTF'd for it, to be the end. And it's going to be considering all of those guys with that swing to have been killed as if they were in front of me, which is, I think, a valid assumption. So if anybody disagrees with me on that point, go ahead, but I think that's pretty valid. You can't forge bats, Mercurial. You can just get money back. Bro, I wish Ogryn had any chain weapon at all. I like chain weapons. Okay, so this was 1310. So I mean that's fairly competitive on Relic with Martyrdom. So I really, if we're gonna do that, I think that's worth mentioning. That was very competitive. I had 3 uses, so that's worth mentioning as well. Did I use Piety? Yeah, I think so. Alright, gonna get the dueling sword in here. This is Blazing? Yes. There, that's our first hit. And we are using FOTF. Give me an Ogryn Power Fist. There's my last kill. Right there. Or dueling sword. Blazing. 29-12. So that's how bad, quote unquote, the dueling sword is into hordes. Is that, and 100 men is a horde. Just, that's a horde. So how bad is it? Not very bad, right? That is fine. The Covenant Horse Greatsword got a 26 on one of my tests. Like, the chain axe is sitting in the 30s, all right? Unless you're running like a good martyrdom build. Like, the slab shield is in the 20s. So this thing is as good as some of like the, is just like literally mid into hordes and then good at everything. Just the big rock on a stick. I think that's a valid idea, Leo. Okay, hear me out. Agyek is right. Ogryn Brass Knuckles is a fantastic idea, and we should have Brass Knuckles. I don't know why there isn't Brass Knuckles. In fact, what would be even really cool is if we could get Brass Knuckles as an offhand weapon to the cleavers, so that you, and then it was just part of the attack chain to be punching people as well as stabbing them. I want that. Someone in my comments on my Ogryn video suggested that you should have the ability to punch heads off with the special attack on the cleavers and the shovels. And yes, just let me punch, like, imagine you walk up to a Poxwalker and you literally just punch its head off. That is such a great, that would be so Ogryn. It would be Ogre, and we need that. Okay, hold on. Let me watch this back. Do I count this last guy? No way. No way. That guy's irrelevant. He would have died to just any of these swings. Alright, so this is Blazing with FOTF on Dueling Sword. Is this like my second try? Is that what I did? I did two of them. Yeah, I did do 2 of them. Alright, well, let's see how the value comes up. 22 seconds. I did better on this one. Still counts. I don't know how many FOTFs I did. I'm just gonna not mark it. I'm not gonna mark it for all of them. I'll just ignore it for the rest. Alright, cool. Light spam. Okay. 2201. I want to punch things with my bare fists as well. That's a good point too, Agyek. I'd probably take it on Ogryn though, because Ogryn big and strong and can punch through armor with his bare hands. Okay, is this my Blazing? This is. I don't expect a better than average kill time, but I don't expect a especially bad one either. So that right there is why the weapon is OP. We're gonna take the dueling sword I pulled here, and we're just gonna drop it over in the Crusher domain. Put it down at the bottom. Change this to Crushers. We've got an 8-second clear time on the 4 Crushers. Technically, this follows the rules because Crusher's abilities are allowed. Dueling sword. There he goes. It's the same. So if I'm taking the dueling sword, I'm taking Blazing Piety. Just point of order. Like, that's clearly the play. If you're running a dueling sword, you just take Blazing Piety. You don't ask questions. Because that's 8.02. That's 2 extra frames. That's literally, like, the most minor possible difference, and it's in favor of Blazing Piety, and I wouldn't even count that because it doesn't matter. They should buff the melee on Grenade. So, what the heck happened with Grenade Gauntlet? It used to be good in melee, and then they nerfed it again. Why? What was being destroyed by the weapon being decent at melee? Now we have, like, I am boggled by that choice, and I don't like it. I'm unhappy with that choice. So yeah, we rebuff the Grenade Gauntlet. I missed the first hit. Hang on. Whamp. Alright, cool. Slide in Martyrdom. We're going to see how Martyrdom performs into Horde with FOTF being used. Oh, wait. Is this just blank? I didn't even FOTF. Alright, well. We did not FOTF for this one. That'll be interesting to see how much of a difference it makes. Use melee to charge up range damage. Oh, errors. There's worse interactions than that. I don't know. I feel like Ogrin's getting just unlucky way too often. I'm not here for it. I'm not a fan. And Ogrin's been kind of getting the bad end of the stick for a while now. Like, what's up with that? This is dueling sword. Why is it still saying power doubles? Let's see. This. Okay. This is chorus, right? We don't have FOTF, right? I missed a head there. Or maybe it's the new tick markers. It's really hard with the new tick markers to see. I should really, like, convert them back or something. The old tick markers were better. This is a lot worse. You can tell because look where I'm fighting. I got driven back a lot. Right, there he goes. Okay, so we have a Blazing Piety build, but we're running chorus instead of FOTF, right? The Blazing Piety build into Crushers, chorus, dueling sword, 1938. So you're doing like twice as bad. That is a much slower time on chorus. Like, you are doing way slower on chorus if you were doing Blazing Piety, or I'm sorry, not Blazing Piety, chorus of Spiritual Fortitude over FOTF. FOTF's clear time into Crushers is insanely better. Okay. We've got, I think, a second test I did. Is this the one where I die like a loser? No. Alright, we'll run it. We'll just check our results. I got 2, so I might as well, right? And I fought better this time, it feels, because I got this guy killed here, so maybe it was just a really bad example. 1640. It's better, and I lost less ground, but I'm still not terribly impressed with that outcome. Yeah, Power Fist. Well, Ogrin's gonna have Power Fist. It's in the tabletop, so yeah, even James Workslop can't argue with us. Yeah, Leo, that's exactly right. Ogrin is extremely high and low, and that's exactly why when I did my meta build, I just said take the shield. Like, you don't have... I've beaten Havoc 40 with so many Ogrins at this point. Like, I know I only post a few of my videos. I post the ones that I think are interesting, not necessarily my best runs. The ones that are interesting, right? So I'm posting a video that's like, this is a interesting outcome. There's something to learn from this. And yeah, I'll post some of the, like, cool ones as well, like the melee only run or whatever. That was a pretty hard run because we did Ogrins with melee only. But I've done so many, like, normal Ogrin games where I just took a pickaxe and it was fine. But if you're trying to be meta, you don't want the low moment of having a shooter just destroy you, right? So you have to build with that in mind. And that's why the shield is meta for Ogrin, because he can solve his own problem that way, instead of having to rely on everyone else's bubbles and chorus and whatever. Ogrin really is facilitated by that shield in so many ways. Yeah, I think that's true, Leo. I also think that, like, people are sleeping on the fact that block taunt on Ogrin lets you just disable shooters. Like, think about it this way. Okay, one shooter is dangerous. One shooter is dangerous. We all agree one shooter is dangerous. So if there's 6 shooters in a room, and you block taunt 3, and then they all run into melee with you and you kill them, there's only 3 shooters in the room now. So you've halved the risk to your entire party with a passive ability for just blocking some shots. That is insane value. And it happens all the time, and you can do it while just, like, you're, like, sliding forwards, right? And you're trying to get from, like, point A to point B, and you're sliding, and you're holding your shield up while blocking, and a shooter dings you your shield instead of your toughness pool. And now that shooter is deciding to come give you a visit around the corner of safety where the gunners can't get you. So you've thinned out the shooters, and now there's just a couple of gunners you have to deal with, and you can pull out your gun and you can shoot them. And that the Quark Stubber is so efficient that I very rarely am picking up ammo in games. I will feed all my ammo to the vet, and I will live off of this scavenger aura. And that happens to me all the time. So it's super strong, and people are just like, oh no, this is not that important. It's like, no. Being able to do that to shooters, which are dangerous in Havoc, is meta. Well, yeah, and I agree with you, Leo. That's why Havoc is fun, because Havoc is really hard. Like, the alternative is, I know people complain about artificial difficulty, and that's fair, but how are you going to hurt the player enough to make it hard without putting in some artificial difficulty? High value, I agree. I've played with people who use smokes. Smokes are good. The problem with smokes is only that they are unpredictable in when they leave. Like, you're using them and then they just disappear and you're like, oh, I'm getting shot, right? But they're fine. If you know how to play around them, they're fine. Forgetful, it starts thriving on harder difficulties. Dodging. Forgetful, yes, I am glad. You know, people always asking for advice on how to get better at the game, and I'm just like, it really comes down to that movement. And I was like, I need to put out a video on this, and so that people can play the fun part of the game. The game is extremely addictive and fun and pleasant to play at the harder difficulties because it puts, like, it's challenging. Otherwise, go play a PvP game, you know? Like, why are you here? All right, so we're doing Chorus into Horde instead of FOTF with a dueling sword. I don't have the right blessings on my dueling swords here. What did I take? I took... I don't remember. Hang on, I'll have to go look. Let's go look at my dueling sword. It's Maniacs, Black, Proposed and Uncanny. Proposed, Uncanny. Yeah, I don't know if this is optimal. I think it is. But if someone can tell me if I'm wrong, that's awesome. Dueling sword. There we go. Fix that. Okay, so this is the TTK for Horus without FOTF. And it's 31. 31, 33. That's not terrible, but ain't good. Did I get one with FOTF dueling sword on martyrdom? I mean, I assume that's going to be fast. I don't think I did. Okay, we got to run that back, boys. I need a martyrdom dueling sword test for basic mobs. Didn't mean to do that. Wanted this. What's up, Combine? Do we have Unyielding misspelled? That is suboptimal, I agree. I before E except for C, I think is how it works, except sometimes. I could probably go through my sheet and do a control find and fix it. Pepper was busy with Grenade Gauntlet. I was busy, but the Grenade Gauntlet thing was people playing half-truth. The slate used to count as heavies and proc heavy relays. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Hang on. Fine. Unyielding. Place with unyielding. Thank you. I'll just have to do it in just this sheet, apparently. Unyielding. Unyielding. This sheet. There you go. I fixed it. Oh, that's not a blitz, that's an ability, but I see your point. It could be fun that way. It could. Okay, here we go. We'll get we'll get quite a big score on this, I bet. So I took damage. Whoopsies. Whatever. I didn't even hear the hit. It's you. Good enough. I just want to see the time. I lost a stack, though. It feels bad. But that's fine. We'll just leave it alone. Didn't even hear the whoosh over all the slashing. You guys didn't even see any of that, so you don't know how badly I did. And we'll grab that one out there. Okay, here we go. Guys just slip past you. Dueling Sword has that problem where people get behind you. I mean, you could just play better and then it's not a problem, but it's worth mentioning that it exists. Alright, that was the actual kill. 24. Alright, let's look at that. So this is... Yeah, so I would say that if you're running Dueling Sword, there's absolutely no reason to take Martyrdom ever. You just run Blazing. And you don't ask questions. Okay, that's what we know. Got here, we got our this boy here. Done better than that. Let's see, Minotaur Mark II. I have actually done it faster than that with cranial grounding. We're not using cranial grounding, are we? So that's evidence that cranial grounding is good, by the way. Okay. 10 seconds. Let's grab the other one. There's the other question. So this is Blazing. I already cut Blazing. Into Crushers, Blazing did the same. I would have actually expected a little bit worse results because you don't have the breakpoints, but it was the same. Okay, well, that's an interesting result. I would have actually expected, I really would have expected something different there. Okay, so if you're fighting into heavy mass, Dueling Sword is... I'm sorry, we're not talking about the Dueling Sword right now. Obviously, so I guess there's a few takeaways from this, which is kind of the question. How much are you giving up when you're using Chorus over FOTF? Well, if you look at these numbers, you are doing about half as good, probably worse, and you're doing that over the whole mission when in melee anyway. Now, you can say, oh, well, that's not how I'm going to play. I'm not worried about that, or it's not my priority because I'm going to be, because Chorus is important and I want to use Flamer, and like, that's valid. Like, I'm not trying to tell you not to do that. But FOTF really does boost your damage, like, a lot. in terms of your performance, even on dueling sword. If we are running core, I don't think I have chorus in here, and I'm not going to worry about it. So, I mean, that alone tells us that if you're running chorus with other weapons, you're going to have a bad time, right? Because dueling sword is one of the best weapons in the game right now. And it's got the better crit rate. So if you're going to lose crit rate to run chorus on a weapon, like you don't want to run chorus if you're running some other weapon most of the time. Probably. We could test that in greater detail. It does look like martyrdom is not important, at least when it comes to beating out the relic blade for TTK into 4 crushers. So you can run dueling. So you can run with FOTF spamming. You're pretty much fine with blazing. So that's interesting to know. And then for the horde times, let's just go look at that. So we've got our horde times. We did Minotaur Blade, right? We did it into horde. Where did I test this? Where's my blazing? Did I not enter my blazing in here? What's wrong with me? Must have, right? Or did it get caught up somewhere? Or is no use blazing? Did I just miss it? Hang on, we'll go find it. I know I did it. Let's see. So just like not cut. This is horde with blazing. All right, cool. Let's just figure out whatever this time is. Must have processed it and then just been too stupid to put it in. Right, we cut against that. We said this was the kill, right? So that's our kill. 13 seconds. It's probably this one. That's 13:51. God, I hate doing this sometimes. Like, losing things like this sucks. Shouldn't have done a stab there, but whatever. We'll come back. Did FOTF with martyrdom here. I don't know which one of these this is. I'm just going to take it over because I'm not certain, and I'm pretty sure this is one of the ones I just added. This is one of the problems. I lose track of my data, my own data. It's very close to a time I have. So we'll do the martyrdom one first, and we'll check against that time. This is 12 seconds, 11, 12, 19. Also hard because I can cut these a little wrong and then have a problem there. So we have wrath. Maybe I just didn't process them in, or maybe I copied and pasted wrong. I'm not sure. Genuinely so far. I've literally lost. I was processing all doing sword stuff correctly, but I think I've lost. Oh, is it up here? There's 3 right here. Yeah, okay, I found them. We'll just undo all that. It's like, where did they go? No, they're right here. Okay, so it's going to be hard to check this over the course of a game, but I think that Blazing Piety's ability to spam FOTF and get it more often is probably going to make up the attack and damage difference on martyrdom. We'd have to run games and compare them directly, because you do lose out on attack speed, toughness, damage reduction, like a whole bunch of useful stuff, right? But then you also get the crit damage reduction, so it may be that Blazing Piety is actually the better one on both of these weapons anyway. And I can't answer that question right now without doing some more testing. So for now, say blazing is obviously really strong. There is a question to be asked on whether or not crit is like just a crit cooldown node is enough to make the difference. So I guess we'll have to investigate more another day. Give me 2 shakes, gentlemen. I'm going to just pop this back up, and I'm going to switch to Ogrin. We're going to try out one weapon I really want to know the answer to on a couple of targets. And then, but I need to be right back. So we're just going to do 2 tests, and then we're going to go play a video game. All right, we're back. Let's just test one thing on here. I haven't touched this in a while. I'd like to just look at the... I've been playing with different stuff on the Ogrin, trying to figure out how to make his weapons better, because I just don't know. The answer to the question is, like, how make weapon good. But let's just try the old Mark III, huh? I've got it with Thrust and Slaughterer, which I think is entertaining. And then we'll just compare that to the shield real quick. This is my build, by the way. So this is... There's no heavy attack bonus. So I'm kind of free to just, like, use Thrust if I want or not. Go in. Now, this thing used to have some really impressive times. I don't know if it does anymore. I haven't tested it in that long. As a point of order, my datasheet has the patches of the testing that's done, so if you want to go look at it, everything that's done after 14 is... everything after 14 is in one sheet, and everything before 14 is in a different sheet. And the link to the viewable spreadsheet is now public. You can go look at that. I've isolated it off on my own separate fake Google account or whatever, so that it's, you know, can just be shared out with everybody and it's not gonna be a problem. So Aaron, I am looking forward to that mod you were talking about. A little bit of heavy weaving in here because I think it's first then heavy, because I can get a thrust pretty quick and just see if that helps. But I know that the most common attack is just to mulch with mulch move, right? So we'll do a little bit of thrust and maybe to get started to get some Slaughterer stacks, and then we'll just like let it ride on light spam. I remember when this was the Ogrin weapon of choice, and boy was it those were fun days. All right, let's get in there. It still feels pretty good. Okay, next. Watch this. This is going to be so painful. 1, 2, 3, 4. So usually when I'm doing quick testing, I just do the high and low. I do the Foxwalkers, and then I do these guys, and I don't worry about much else because, like, Ragers is a challenge. They're difficult to fight, and they tell you a lot about a weapon's capacities, but they're not critical for understanding, like, the high and low of the weapon, right? So... Why did you not stagger? Did I miss your face? I hit the guy behind him. Ah, beheaded. Correct. I could have actually charged the second time. Oh yeah, I remember Confident Strike. I mean, believe it or not, exploits, I actually did the testing back in patch 13, and back in the day, this thing into hordes was as effective as the power sword. That's not a joke. It was that strong back then. It wasn't that strong into everything else, but I mean, when you're thinking about back in the day when hordes were, you know, kind of a problem, and crushers came in onesies, twosies, like, that was a good weapon, right? So, I took damage. Oh, probably from Foxwalker. I was like, how did I take so little damage from a crusher? Okay, well, I got him. Let's compare that to the shield. Let's look at the horde clear time. I don't think a shield's in here, and if it is, it's been so long. We're going to do heavy, heavy. And the reason we're going to do the second heavy is because this cleaves like a bastard and spreads everywhere. So, Yes, technically heavy block cancel, I think, has slightly superior overall, but we're going to look into that. Maybe we'll just do both. How's that? You can just find out which one's better. That's probably a question worth answering, right? That's really loud for me. That's my player. It's better. Oh, I screwed up. Hang on. Quick solution. Nice. Okay, ready? Let's go get him. That felt really good. Alright, then we're going to do heavy one block cancel. She'll definitely do better in Cruckers. It takes me, on this build, I think 3 hits into the head to kill one, and it bleeds. So, I mean, it's very strong. Alright, heavy one block cancel. Got him. Well, I felt faster. So, test name. I think Heavy 2 is only really good for Mobians. That's my guess. Because they have such hit mass, and it's hard to get the one tap on this build anyway. So my guess is that's a big advantage in favor of Heavy 1 block cancel for most targets, but when you get Mobians, you get the Heavy 2 in there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, we're gonna beat these guys up. Ah, I got my block cancel wrong. Maybe we just work that back. Oh, that one back. That was pretty weak on my part. I got too excited, and the charge threw me off. Stop. Yeah, that was me. Specifically in mixed hordes is exactly right. I think a script to spawn those hordes would be so nice, but, you know, you suffer what you must for the sake of not having to do a bunch of background work just for minor efficiency sometimes. Sometimes it's just better to do it quick. But I have built mods before, so we could probably look into that. Alright, let's just go through the process of the data real quick. I mean, that's good enough. I know I should probably rerun the crushers again, but I don't want to do it. So we're just gonna not. How's that for a plan? Should be no, wrong files. Take both times unless this is the real, like, we'll take one time unless, yeah, I don't want to use the other one. It was just so bad. It is such a bad job. It's 23 seconds. Feet. You guys can't see what I'm looking at. Excuse me. Oop, now you can. Okay. Hey, Generous. How you been? What's this thing called? It's called the, something slab shield. Yes. I don't know why this happened. Some of these have, like, are just, like, all encoded red. Slab. Damn, I can hardly ever seem to dismember and strip flesh layers off maulers and other carapace enemies instead of meat arena. Yeah, you know what's... That's so weird to me, too, Test, because, like, you can definitely, like, hit them and they'll lose... like their armor and stuff like that with that cool decal, and it just I don't see it very often unless I'm using the Thunderhammer, and it feels really bad because it's a really cool cool mechanic. All right, let's get a test done here. We got 23. So I'd like to make a quick little call out here, since we're all chilling and doing some data stuff. Agayek here is the first subscriber to my channel. I have opened up memberships if you would like to subscribe, and Agayek is very generous for doing so. The data sheet that I am building here is always going to be free. I'm not trying to paywall that. However, I did put in something, if you want to support my channel and the work that I'm doing specifically, I put a couple of memberships out there so that you can get access to special privileges and stuff like that. So it's up to you. I'm not trying to make a bad value proposition for people. I want the game to get better, and that's my primary goal, but it does help me when you subscribe. Reg, have I ever bothered to try and push crushers to the ground as part of your rotation? So the shove is part of my normal gameplay rotation, but what I'm trying to test with this is not like what's optimal for safety, it's what's optimal for damage. So in theory, I know I didn't do it this time, but in theory, you should be able to do this with the shield with nothing but heavy spam and dodging, and I've done it before with every other weapon in the game, basically. So you can hypothetically kill 4 crushers without having to use shoves. The fact that I have the great shove or the charge or whatever, you know, is fine. The reason why I'm doing the charge to shove is because... Why did that pop up? Is specifically because I want to get the bleed stacks, which will speed things up as soon as rending procs, right? So that's what's going on there. That's why I'm doing it. Because I know that's going to be optimal. I know you're going to use the ult. Okay, we had... What did we have? We had Brutal Momentum, Brutal Momentum, and we had to have something else. What do we have? Skull Crusher. And then I think... What did I take on this? Hang on, let me look. I don't know what I took for perks. Flak Maniacs. Ogrin. It's the Horde sector, this is the Crusher sector. So we got 23 seconds into Crushers. Let's, by the way, in case I didn't mention this, I'm going to put a little video on it once I unlock it, but the spreadsheet is available. You can go click on the description. It's right there. You can go look. I made it public, finally. So, have fun. All right, let's go to the next bit here. What do you recommend, the rending or fire stacks from a gunligger? So, rending is, yeah, the stacks got nerfed. I think stacks are better into unyielding and boss damage, and carapace rending is better. So if you're trying to kill carapace waves, like, you want the rending. It's kind of weird how bipolar, once again, that makes Ogryn feel, but here we are, once again, with a very bipolar setup. You can't have everything on Ogryn, you have to pick, and then he downs sometimes. This might just have you one block cancel. Yes, it is. All right. Where's my kill? Womp. That was everybody, right? Yep. Let's use this sound bar. There we go. Thump. Got him. 17 seconds. So for what it's worth, 17 seconds into a horde is a pretty decent time. I mean, here's 13 seconds. That's the relic blade. Okay, 17 seconds on a relic blade. Like, I am killing a horde of garbage at the same pace as a relic blade with my shield funny bash. So if you're ever worried about whether or not you've got good horde clear on the Ogryn and it's going to slow your team down, like, there's your answer. Does just fine. Now, Ogryn's usually pretty good at horde clear, so that really shouldn't be a concern for most people, but, you know, people will say things like Ogryn is useless or whatever. It's like, he's fine. He needs love. He's got a lot of, like, really monopolar builds that are really unfun, and just his weapons mostly suck. It's just kind of a bad place for him to be in. Wait a second. Here's a riveting moment. No, it's worse. Okay, it's worse. I lost my mind for a second. All right, so if you do shield bash, you lose 3 seconds. Is Relentless Strike worth anything? Which one is Relentless? Hang on. I have no idea which one Relentless is. Let me go look. Yeah, Ogryn desperately needs variety. It's so boring to play Ogryn. He has one build, and technically speaking, like, by introducing FNP back into the conversation, I've increased his build variety by 0.5% because you can take that instead of the other obviously good keystone. You never take Lucky Bullet because it's garbage. And you can run Gunlugger if you want, but not really in Havoc as far as I know. And you're probably going to either take Taunt or Indomitable, and you're going to either take Grenade or whatever. And you're just going to, this is the build. Like, this is it. Like, you just pick this up, move this over here. It's like the other build. Like, it's so boring. So, it feels bad. All right, let's see. Question I was trying to answer. Blessings. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I did forget to insert time. Confident Strike. No, you were talking about Relentless. Oh, is that a talent? That's... I'll add the time in a second. Thanks for the reminder. Crunch. No, you're not talking about that. What is Relentless? Which weapon is it on? Strike on the dueling sword.
Part of your requisitions just come in.
Hold on. I'll go look it up.
Understood. I'll stop by once this next mission's away.
So the reason why you don't take this over your other options is the uptime. You get no benefit until you start hitting the same target over and over, right? Whereas Thrust is always available on your first hit. Especially with the TTKs, with, you know, FOTF, with crits. Dueling Sword doesn't really need to multi-tap targets unless you're missing heads a lot. Which, I mean, like, don't get me wrong, like, people miss heads, like, it's fine. I've seen all the good players who claim to be gods miss their target. It happens. But, you know, you can compare that to, say, taking, like, Precognition or Riposte, and you just dodge, which is, like, all the time in this game, and then you get that advantage, right? So, I think you have to sort of take it in context of what other abilities are there, and that's why people don't mention it or talk about it. Now, maybe it's super goated, and we just all don't know that yet. That's possible. But I'd have to put time in to test that. I do not have. This is the one I got stuck. We do. 28 seconds. That's pretty mid. Let's go look at the Let's look at the chart, though. So we got the time on that one. We got 28 seconds. So I got a second one where I misplayed. I'll just mark it in. It was 28, 11. Alright, so let's just switch over real quick, look at the sheet, and just ask the question. Did I get... I didn't get my Ogryn time for my cleaver, did I? No, I didn't. I didn't even get my cleaver times. I didn't get any of the cleaver times. Wait. Go talk about the cleaver. It's the dueling sword. The superior version of the cleaver, in every conceivable way. Oh, his arm. Feels bad. This is going to be an enormously long time. Like, there's no way it won't be. Oh. That's my kill. 43 seconds. Inevitable. Inevitable. Bull Butcher. 3. 43.56. Blitz is exactly right. Most targets you could stack it on would just be dead already, so it doesn't matter. Alright, we used Thrust once in this build because we don't need heavy attacks, and we're just doing the old-fashioned slap them up. There you go. What did I have on this cleaver? Did I have Flak? Maniac? Flak? Flak and Maniac. Of course I had Flak and Maniac. Why would I have anything else? Why use anything else? This went off. This is a very annoying track. Oh my god, it's the same track again, but slowed. Yes, when you do the funny... With Rumbler especially, it's really entertaining to shoot like 4 grenades with luck, with just pure luck, and just like blast. That was the most fun I've had playing Ogrin in quite a long time as well, is just doing that with these ult and just gunlugger blasting like Ogrin to death like instantaneously. Oh yeah, that's great. Alright, so let me get back to my other view so I can tell you how much time that took. That took 18:04. L1, H2 into light spam. I believe that it actually still does proc on MC magazines, or maybe I'm losing my mind. I know that you can do the same thing with crits on the... You can actually still do the same thing with crits on Veteran. So if you take the Funny Recon Lasgun crit ammo build, you can actually spray free shots out of the gun at 0 ammo. You just hold left click down, and eventually you will crit, and when you crit, it fires. So you can never run out of ammo on an Akatran. Technically. I just tried it in the last 2 weeks, so I can tell you it's there. Okay, so from the perspective, let's just look at the leaderboard real quick. I bet it'll pop up. It should update automatically. So Bull Butcher is sitting at 18 seconds. I don't see the cleaver here. I don't know why Bull Butcher cleaver's not popping up, but should be right around here. So this is, I think this is a really old Mark III, so let's just ignore that one, please. Here's a heavy sword with Death Blow and Head Taker. So even though Ogrin's cleavers just don't do enough base damage, with all the buffs you can get, it's still sitting in the range of good weapons for other classes at Horde clear. But then you go over to the Crusher tier, and the 40s are where everything garbage happens. Like, you don't want to be in the 40s on Crushers, okay? So, there you go. Now, Dueling Sword was pulling about 8 seconds. There it is. There's our 8-second time. So, Dueling Sword is pretty nutty, right? Dueling Sword into hordes, just for context. Here's our dueling sword, best time, 22 seconds. Okay. That's in the range of things like the Eviscerator. And in the range of things like the Sapper Shovels, the Devil Claw. So this is a mid weapon at hordes, and it's literally god tier at everything else, including getting that amazing 8-second time into crushers. So the dueling sword's crazy. The slab shield, this is the wrong time. It probably hasn't updated. I probably need to do, where is that? There's a button I think I need to change I'll make it do it. Yep, here it is. It's literally like something like this that puts it on there. This way. I think this is how I get it on the list. I have to double check. If I'm correct. Slab, shield, crusher time, slab. There it is. There's my time. So 23 seconds. Can you guys see it now? We're really only just looking at the name and the time. So it's Brutal Momentum Skull Crusher gets you 23 seconds. That's still not amazing, but that's not awful. Like, we're talking about what? Maybe 10 seconds off gets you to some of the best weapons. So not insane. Yes. So you remember when the shovels could Brutal Momentum one-tap 4 crushers at once? So the best possible time on so they fixed this. This is an old number. Back in the day, before they nerfed it, the Brutal Momentum shovel could one-tap 4 crushers if they were overlapping on headshot, and so it's 0 seconds. But yeah, it's old data, unfortunately. So there you go. Okay. We did it. We tested all this stuff. That was what I wanted to do for today. I'm going to try and spend more time on Ogryn to try and get Ogryn into a better position. A lot of his weapons just feel really bad, and it's not fun. And so we have to fix that. But that's not, figuring out exactly how to fix that is going to be its own challenge that I'm not quite prepared to take on in full. I'll have to spend more time on it to get it right. I have read a lot of people's comments on it on my video and other places on the web, and I want to take other people's opinions very seriously around Ogryn because I'm not an Ogryn main, so if I do it wrong, people are going to be mad, which is fair because I don't want to ruin your toy. But I have played enough of it at high-level games to get a sense for what's wrong, so hopefully I'm getting there. Yeah, the chainswords are perfectly good, Yennefer. They are. A lot of people don't realize how good they are still. That's exactly what I was going for. There's actually a model that looks like that test name, and so I tried to copy it, but I made him look nicer. Alright, so we tested this build as Blazing. We are going to test. We're going to make a test build. This is going to be probably not good. I'd like to say that up front, that I think this is going to not be good. That's the idea here. We're going to take this, I think. Are you ready for a really bad idea, everybody? We're going to do it. We're going to have we're just going to, this is what I'm talking about. I said I was going to do some bad ideas. Wait. This Thunderhammer has plus 1% on my defense. This is a better than possible Thunderhammer. Let's go. Maximum quality. Beyond maximum quality. Best weapon in the game. 1% extra defenses. Alright, since we are running a weapon with really bad horde clear, we're going to take a weapon with good horde clear. I know, crazy concepts. And we're going to have really garbage mobility the whole game. Stamina regeneration, toughness. Yeah, these are the criteria. That's okay. This is going to just be really unpleasant to play. I'm almost certain of it. Alright. We're opening this up here, the plan is to make this go live. So I'm going to turn the music off. I'm going to open up to a open run. If you would like to join me, I'm going to be in the party finder. I know a lot of people are probably working, doing stuff like that. I've kind of worked out something where I don't need to do that right now. But, so you are welcome to join my party. I will accept your invites. I will warn you, this is probably going to go very badly. I'm probably going to die a bunch, because what we're doing here today is not trying to win games, it's trying to experiment to see what can be done. So, you may die, you may lose, but we're going to lose on my runs, not your runs. So, I will host, and we will just lose, and I will be fine with it. Oh man, Foxgas, get out of here. So Roseguard, I don't go triple wounds for Marty. I think that the benefit of 5 is enough for Martyrdom to be worth it, and the cost against losing a Curio for stamina in Oryx is usually what I run, or toughness in Havoc is actually too painful. Yeah, playing across the pond is tough, Yennefer. It really is. I would say that almost all of Ogryn's melees feel really bad. His clubs are garbage, his cleavers are garbage, his shovels are not awful, but they underperform, and they're worse than the pickaxes, so why take them? And so you're left with pickaxes and shield. And the shield itself is a really boring weapon with a bad special. So. Yeah, Havoc is supposed... I agree with you, Exploits. Havoc is supposed to be hard. I don't care if I lose. I mean, like, I hate the mechanic of losing your tries. It should at least be 5. Because I want to bang my head against the hardest difficulty in the game. But, you know, I don't think it's a problem that... I don't think it's a problem that the game has a low win rate. I think if you actually found the win rate, I don't know if... I hope Fat Shark publishes the statistics someday, but I bet you if you look at the win rate, it's going to be really low. Good. Should be low. I hope it stays low. Dude, this dude's got like a cool... Is there like a different helmet that got released that I did not see? Mine's gold. His is red. Did they put out some new cosmetics? What's going on? Give me just 1 second. I gotta go see. Oh, Titus doesn't want to play with me. This guy is trash. I saw him on the internet. He posted some stupid video where he said he thinks that Chorus is terrible.
Take your time, if you think you got that long.
Sell it. Get anything for Christmas? Got some stuff for Christmas. Well, the skin's rotated back in. I kind of wanted it. No, how does the man have the cool hat? Exploits, I hope it's like a 30% win rate at most. I hope it's like my dream version is that they take out the lose removes runs and they make the win rate like 2%.
The Emperor calls
like literally imagine if like you're playing like you could play it as many times as you want, but like because they have a D rank, right? You can demote yourself. So imagine most players are playing the game, they're playing at I don't know, they're playing at the Chain Axe skin is in rotation. Alright, I'll go look. Hold on. No, I can do cosmetics later. I'm sorry.
There is only war.
We gotta get another party finding going, so give me a second. Havoc. There we go. So, if it was like 2 or 3%, that would be so great. But because then you could demote yourself to the place where you're comfortable playing, and you could just play at it, right? And then you could bang your head against the impossible difficulty for the until the end of time, and that would be so much fun. I also miss the old Ogryn shovel. I think it was out of whack, but I think at least it was good, and now it's just not that good. The fourth wall lines. What would I replace the slab shield special with? I would make the power maul a power maul, and you could turn it on, and it would do stuff, and it would have a heat mechanic like the relic blade. That's what I would do with it. Actually, I want to say this though: there are people in my comments who really like the slab shield plant. Okay, and as much as we all know that the slab shield plant is a noob trap and it is garbage and it's terrible, I don't think we should take away their fun. Even though they're wrong about everything. Instead, what we should do is we should make another variant that has a working power maul instead. And that would be, then everybody would have their own fun. right? One variant, the slab shield doesn't even have a power maul. It just has a garbage piece of garbage bonk stick that you never use, and you can plant your shield if you want. And the other one, you get Figma. Thank you for running shield. I'm sure we will need it because I'm running a garbage build. Yeah, that's a button I have for a mod. They could do a lot with the shield. And they really should add more variants with just more weapons. It would be so cheap from a development perspective, and it would allow them to have more variety on Ogryn. And that alone is enough. Like, imagine Cleaver and Shield. Dead easy to implement, already useful.
Do not damage it. Do not damage the array. It is a tool we can turn to our advantage. Data upload only. No destruction.
Shield Special being a mini charge is another really good idea, by the way. That's a good idea, Agayek. I think that's very fun. Yeah, I'm sorry about the no BAR. I've been busy with the stuff that's netting me views. I do want to play BAR. I really like it. I'm also obsessive about Darktide, so I will go back and play it continually because it's just really, really fun. But I've personally been playing BAR, I just haven't been making videos about it. Although I'm still not that good, I really struggled in that game to figure it out.
Humanity should not be reduced to scavenging polluted waters, even if they are floods.
Extrapolated data suggests the bazaar is a good location to scan for cipher items.
I'm going down to that bubble right now. Get out of here. Be out there. Oh, box gas! Box gas! Come back! Come back! Come back! Come back! Box gas! Oh, we have it down already? Oh, ho, ho, no. All right. Well, it looks like I'm going forwards to help this guy. It's died. Figma. Caught out by Ragers. Okay, interestingly, without Thy Be Swift, the Thunderhammer actually shakes my screen a lot more. Good frag bomb. Good frag bomb. Oh boy. I'm getting him up and we're moving back. This is going very rough. Why am I not the one that's down? Oh my god. Hitting without Thy Be Swift makes my Thunderhammer feel like I can't even explain. Can we get him? I think there's any way we can get him. Nope. Damn it. Well, this is going unwell. Hang on. Oh my god. I've been outplayed. That killed me so fast. I was trying to, like, flamer pop them. This is, yeah, this is going well. Okay. So I used to be an Iron Helm enjoyer, but I think the Crucius is officially better.
Thank you.
I think the Iron Helm still has its place, but the Crucius hits breakpoints easier, and these light overheads feel really good on it, as opposed to the attacks that the Iron Helm does. They probably both... I'm going to say something that I don't think is controversial here. I think they both still need buffs. I think they're actually still not good enough weapons. Stop it, Reaper. Stop it, Reaper. Fighting into Ragers with this thing feels awful, but we're going to do it. The Psyker just blew himself up. Wow, that feels so weird. What is the issue? It doesn't hit the breakpoints easily enough without martyrdom. It requires too many buff stacks. It's still really slow, and it doesn't, and it still staggers you. So like, I don't know. There's just problems with it. I can't quite frame it yet, but it should be a stronger weapon. I shouldn't have to work very hard to get one taps on a lot of these things. Glad this guy has a Rumbler, to be honest, because all these Reapers into Rumbler is really nice. Let's head. Yeah, exactly. It feels really rough into mass. It's not quite right. It's definitely better than it was, right? Oh my god, my screen! Holy cow. I don't want to be here. I'm leaving. Bye. I think a third hammer mark would be good. It would be interesting if we could get a hammer that had something like... Should have probably given ammo to someone else, but... Like, was that? Did you see that? I just hit him with a heavy overhead Thunderhammer. He didn't die. Why? Okay, I know it's Havoc. Maybe that's a stupid consideration because it is Havoc, right? But it's a breakpoint dependent weapon. So here's the other thing about it. You can probably overbuff the damage because you'll overkill on Auric, but you'll still get breakpoints on Havoc. That's kind of my hypothesis, right? So maybe that's what needs to happen. Plasma for my plasma boy. Oh my! I want to be there. That was FOTF. He's not dead. I don't want to be here. Why am I here? Why am I here? What am I doing? This is what I was talking about with Bubble. If I have Bubble to play off of, I can aggress, and then I can get the full value out of this hammer. If I don't have Bubble, it feels like cats. It just feels so bad. So. Big frag bomb for my big boy. Uh-oh. Happened. I just like whiffed like 3 times in a row. Oh no! Oh, yeah. Get out of here. so I can use Flamer. Good frag bomb. Great frag bomb. Very good frag bomb, buddy. We're close to Medicaid. Ah, I missed my knife and my swing. And she lived. What a jerk.
Is repaid.
Yeah, I think that's the thing about the Thunderhammer too. It's an overkill weapon, so if it hits breakpoints easily, like, who cares? You're limited by the swing and speed, right? So just make it hit heavier for the heavies. And then give the lights something. Like, the lights... Why am I using these light attacks? I know we worked on the breakpoints a little bit of them, so they can kill certain targets reasonably well, but it's still not... It's not right. Wow, that goes a long way. How far is that? 26 meters? I don't need this. Somebody else can take it. Oh my god. Gonna get gassed. Move back. Move back. I'm also tired of dueling sword. That's why I'm trying to experiment with other things. Like, what can we get away with? You don't know what breakpoints are? Breakpoints are simple. Okay, I have this hammer. I charge it up. I go to hit something. What is the damage? What is the combination of stats I need to get a single one-hit kill? What is the, how many, what stats do I need to get a two-hit kill? So that's what a breakpoint is. It's because it's the point at which you break over the line of outright killing something, instead of just like having to hit it again and again. And that matters a lot for the time to kill on certain targets. Oh my god, I am bad at knives today. This side. Let's make a little space. Yeah, the breakpoint damage is just awful in Havoc. And it's not that good in Auric either, so I think we just have to like tune it up even more. I think there's a real concern of like it overdoing damage, but okay, we've got Carapace. We hit all the breakpoints we need for unyielding. We could probably reduce damage into bosses a little bit more because it's still a little high, and then we just make it hit breakpoints on everything else in the world. Oh man. Go back, all the way back across the bridge. Go, go, go. Oh man, we're all split up. This is not good. I think there is actually an argument to be made for just having it have an on-off button as a game design, or like a relic play type thing. Because like I do turn it on a lot, so why worry about it? Oh man, there's a horde too. My attack go, it just vanished. Oh man. I think we're gonna die here. I'm down. Yeah. These guys should have been with us. Okay, can I?
Approaching Graviton. You should aim to make up lost time.
So, hear me out though. Maybe we just let you turn on the hammer. Oh, they're alive. Played. I thought we were dead. I didn't realize they had pulled it off. Hey, look at these guys. Oh, I'm in a bad rescue spot, but come on. I think they can do it. I believe in them. Ragers, you kind of have two options. Oh no, she blew herself up. The typical, so you can do it. I've done it, right? My test data set has 6 Ragers. If you have more than that, though, it's really hard. The trick. Oh, this is looking really nasty. Yeah, it's, you have to have a very specific, like, you have to kind of be in a situation where it's isolated. You have to have your charge. Thammer can get enough stagger off enough headstaker stacks to kill them. And then what you want to avoid doing is you only use the powered attack when they're all staggered, because they will just hit you while you're staggered otherwise. Yeah, that was a remarkable rescue on our Ogryn's part, who is still alive, by the way. What a Chad. Yeah. Oh, did you see his corpse fly off? Dice test before the slight attack speed nerf. I don't know what you mean, Steeler. I'm sorry. You want to let me know? Oh, yeah, I did actually test before the attack speed nerf. It was interesting. It was an interesting... I mean, I didn't do awful. I think our Ogryn buddy did very well. I think the one difficulty we're having is... wait, is there goo in this mode? No, there was gas. So I suppose... I did have a Merry Christmas. How about you, Emperor? You have a good Christmas? Everybody have a good Christmas and Merry Christmas. A happy holiday if that's your thing. We lost someone who I think our vet. But I would be happy to relist the party.
Are you ready to serve?
Try it again. I am confident this is not a great idea, but it wasn't horrible to play. I feel like you could definitely do it. I think it's probably maybe a B tier concept to do what I'm doing. No, sorry. I have nothing against you. You are good. We can have you in here. Glad you had a good Christmas, man. I lost... So in the big mosh pit earlier, when I was fighting the Beast of Nurgle, I would say that I lost 4 charged attacks to getting staggered by something. Prior to that, it actually didn't matter at all. However, that situation felt like the exact situation where I really desperately needed to land some heavy attacks. So, I believe I'm on West Coast? No, East Coast, I'm sorry. I'm on the... I think I'm East Coast. I'm trying to think of the map of the world and picture my position upon it. And then rotate the globe in my mind. I think the issue with the Shroud Field build is it doesn't have enough self-sustain from toughness. You only get one use and it takes a long time. So I think that's the problem. Alex, you're very welcome. If you didn't see it, the spreadsheet is now open for access and viewing, which means you can poke through it if you want. I'm going to reiterate what I said before. The spreadsheet is not perfect. It's based on user-tested data. I'm not going to be able to fix everything for you. Ooh, we're double ogrening, but I'll take this guy.
What do you want?
I like continuing to hear my party finder party find. Yeah, it's hard to stack up punishment. Punishment isn't always there when you need it, you know? A lot of those problems are just real. I'll probably continue to lose games on this build down to 38, and then I will switch to some other kind of thing I want to try, like an Eviscerator crit build, and just play that. Like I just want to try some stuff today because I've got all my wins under my belt.
Data marks the difference
I've been happily cruising along, claiming victories on weird gambits, but like, what are the limits? What are the experiences we can have?
Cipher items will be required.
Carry coded Ogrin. I mean, his name is Chad, and he's got a ton of levels, so I can do it.
Upload the falsified intel.
Or maybe he'll instantly down. That would be funny. I actually had an Ogrin come in. He was like level like 900 or something. I was like, this guy's gonna rock. The first thing that happened, he just rolled up and downed like 4 times. I wasn't mad because I just picked him up, but like, it is funny. It can happen to anybody. You can have a bad run. It's fine. But there are times where you kind of expect someone to play really good and then they ogre really bad.
Pious life one might find here, but for a small.
Yeah, I agree with you, X-Blades. I mean, we had our... So, like, as bad as the run went, we did our anti-meta run, right? And I think we probably could have had superior performance out of the Zealot than what happened. And our Psyker was inexperienced at his Psyker, and so, like, we had kind of a rough run. But realistically speaking, there's no specific reason why we couldn't have done a lot better. And we had an Infiltrator, like, vet. And he did great the whole game. So, I tried Infiltrator Vet, by the way, and I sucked. So, I was not good. But. Fleur is underrated as a weapon. The really strange thing about running this is how much stagger I'm getting. Oh, she's smiting! Oh well.
What else did you
We'll allow it.
Stream my needs.
Circle around here and just like flame them from above. Miss those knives. Oh my goodness. There we go. See? Redeemed. I'm redeemed. I killed 2 of them. What we got? We have 2 at taunt? Give this ammo to the other guy. Have to kill this guy. Pull it back. Bring it back.
I am a power beyond thy reckoning, slab. The trapper is slain. Fox Flamer, I see thee, sharpshooter.
There's a fence! I can't shoot him through the fence with my knives! That was funny. It's stupid of me, but funny. Ogrin is very strong in this particular set of hallways, and if you didn't know that, he can just rush it. He's so strong. Like, look how much progress we're making, because he can just bully forwards with his control. I didn't want to hit that guy. Yeah, you can join if we lose some. I'm just gonna keep, you know, I'm like public running it because I want to let people in if they want to join. And it shuts off my hammer. Ah, that feels so bad to have your hammer just turn off because you got shoved. Please fix.
Apostate flamer is dead. Fire consumes the bastard.
There's a gunner down there. Oh, you gotta have. Oh god, the screen shake is insane without Thyrathi Swift.
Careful to scrape nectar off your boots. Sniper, I think
I'm not running Thyrathi Swift, so this is just. Oh, gross. Oh, he's awake. Uh-oh.
Look there. This way.
On my channel, use my content. I'm sorry, what is HE versus PF? God, I missed. Bring it back if you can. We're gonna fight in the hall.
Go there. Corrupt hound is dead.
Heavy Eviscerator and Purgation Flamer. Oh, yeah, so Heavy Eviscerator is just so much the same as using like a dueling sword or something. Like, that's the interesting thing about it, really. Oh yeah, I've been sleeping on the crit. I've been sleeping on the crit. Alright, he's dead. Now we just gotta get this guy to stop shooting. So, Heavy Eviscerator, you're gonna just take Shred instead of Rampage, and then do Wrath. So, Shred, Rampage, and off you go. Alright, that's right, it's damage gated. What am I doing? There we go. Come on. Chad hits him too hard. And he's gone.
Fire drag extinct.
Yeah, with we also have a Psyker with Smite, so that's helping a lot too. But like, with all this dagger, I don't want to be. Why am I here? This is honestly feeling very good. Like I'm getting a lot of value out of my hammer. So I think here's my hot take. Hammer is good. If you're oh no, that was so sad, dude. Oh man. I think hammer is good if you set up around it. It's kind of like when you babysit a vet. Are we getting another horde? This is so boring. I hate. This is the worst thing in this game. Standing around waiting for the gas to go away is the worst. That is the second major sniper kill. I probably can kill that with a knife.
Yes, the sniper is gone. Thy path would be simpler if thou remembered the three tenets.
It's pushing clearly.
Hate and ignorance.
Worth it. Worth it.
grenade.
There's usually a box up here. Smite is not bad, it's obnoxious, but yeah. Smite is incredibly strong. Like, anybody who's...
Approaching ragtime. We should aim to make up lost time.
The ranger is dead. Ammo.
Doing on health. I can't drop health for this.
Mankind stands with us. Shotgunner, beware! A bulwark! Scars are no substitute for strength!
I must remember not to upset others.
Stemmed first, because that actually makes the reload faster. Good kick, bug nerd. Okay, so I really feel like I've been sleeping on the crits, even on hammer, and that's a mistake of mine. I don't crit a lot, but when I crit off of even FOTF, it feels like, wow, okay. So I'm doing it wrong, is what I've learned. I will say that the martyrdom still feels fine, and the breakpoints are really nice, and I'm doing that. Okay, what happened to me? I think I can get him.
Snarling ceases. I feel lightheaded.
This guy in particular is dying.
Ammunition! I require it!
It's healing for me, if I want it. This feels fine. I'm actually really surprised. I am going to take this, even if it slows my TTKs, because we are in a position... yeah, we should take some too. That's good enough. I think I'll leave the rest.
Ammo! Hound is close.
In case somebody needs to come back for it.
Here they come.
Okay, there's a horde coming. We'll fight the naked horde without... Man. Very wise grenade. Look at the value we're getting out of taunt right now. Dig myself out. Oh, somebody behind me. Oh my god. Yep. Damn it. That's it. Why did that take so long to fire? Oh, dang it. Will I live? I lived. Die to. Oh! The gas, wasn't it? The gas killed me. Oh, man. I think if I hadn't gotten killed by gas there, I would have been able to clutch that. Is that what killed me? I'm genuinely curious. Like... Oh. Gas got me. Okay. Well, GG. Very interesting. I feel like the Ogrins were fun and effective. I feel like I'm a little sad that we lost. Oh, Agayak, that is called Power DI. So Oven Proofs decided the scoreboard wasn't good enough, and he put up Power DI. Check this out. Melee weapon damage. Conditional damage into elites. So we can see here that into the elites, and like there's a lot of options here. So it's a really good mod. You can go right deep into a lot of stuff. Gas doing HP and corruption feels awful. Just give me corruption.
Renek's convinced that heretics are brewing their pathogen at a refinery in the Hourglass. The pathogen doesn't take kindly to pressure, so that's how you kill it.
That's my take on this build. How do I feel about this build?
Honestly, if you had heard what I have about that place, you'd
This is
not go.
This is a baby the DPS build. Don't get me wrong, I was technically clutching there, and I wasn't even doing that bad, so it's clearly not awful. But I think I could have clutched that. But the enemies I was fighting, Ragers, the Thammer is really bad into Ragers, right? Which is kind of weird. I should probably be one-shotting those with great ease, and I'm not, so that's part of it. It was a situation where an Iron Helm would have saved me from missing a few one-shots on a couple of Ragers. But I will probably shelve this build after one more run, and then we'll try a Eviscerator crit build, which will probably work very well because it's a criterator. It's a very strong composition. If I had mobility, I wouldn't have Thammer. Yeah. Yeah. That's another issue with this, is I just didn't have the mobility to really deal with the problem, right? But then I need something for horde clear. I've tried taking other weapons for that problem, like you can actually use an auto pistol for it. You can use the double-barreled shotgun. I used to use the Lawbringer a lot, but the breakpoints are just really shitty. I wish the Lawbreaker was better. It used to be better than it is. Ogrin dodge a moment. Big L.
The bomber is dead. A trial no longer.
I got the push. Ha! Stole it from the Ogrin. My kill.
We need not fear them. Master of mankind.
Not active. Hee. Why is this, like, this doesn't even, to my knowledge, kill them on auric damnation. God, I got staggered. I got stagger locked so hard there. I mean, optimal damage. Optimal damage. You know, the Brado, I haven't thought about the Brado in a while, but you know what? That would probably be a solution that I could use, just to braced auto, strip down, sprint, and just mag dump into what's close. I've got knives. Most things are going wrong. It's great. I feel like the run was pretty smooth before we ran into that one just nasty double, triple horde. We lost our Psyker, which was really bad for us. Just gonna... No, actually, we should fight it here because it's nasty to fight it up there. Oh, he's got a rock. That was a good call on the elevator.
Let's go! Let's fucking get started!
Oh yeah, I could take a recon las. That's an interesting notion. That guy went flying. I'll bring her a fan shot with Death Spider. No, I haven't tried that recently. I might have tried it a long time ago, but it's been such a long time. I forget about the IAGs. That's the genuine reason. I just forget they exist. So I guess we'll try IAG after this. See if that improves the build at all, or if it's worse. Combat Apps is really underrated. Anybody else but me should take that. I am fine. I can live off until death at the lowest priority right now with this amount of corruption.
Ready to blow! Cage disease! I shall I see thee, fire dragon!
Got dropping in here. I won't die if I stand here, but it's killed me more than once, so... Okay, where did my attack go? Playing what? If we're playing somebody else's 31, I should probably keep mine if we get back, but... I will help them get their win, and then maybe we can try the braced auto. Although, I don't know, the braced auto does seem like it's kind of a, oh my god. Just dying to the one guy moment. I think the problem is mixed hordes, right? So maybe... But then again, we have Ogryn, so he can handle mixed hordes with pickaxe. Like, that's what he's good at.
Combat still! Ammunition! And much needed!
Push it!
Agree!
Don't let this get close!
A damned march! Break shotgun!
Did I kill that? No, it wasn't me. I didn't kill the burster. I am corrupted. Probably take now. Actually, no, I won't take. You guys take. I'm still okay. Because I've got a Medicae stim now. Which solves the whole problem.
My weapon is reloading!
Is the hammer good? No. Let's just let... Is the hammer really bad? No. Is the hammer useful and have use cases? Yeah. Can you do the same thing but better with, like, other weapons? Like, also, yeah. So... I'm not shaking up anything too exciting right now. Really, like, the hammer feels like just a... Some of the one-taps feel really good, but then I think about how quickly I can do the same thing with a dueling sword, and I'm like, yeah, well, what, who cares, right? So, that's just the reality of it. I think with some changes, some nerfs to other weapons, and some buffs to Thammer, and a little bit of rearranging on things, that Thammer will exist a little better without killing any particular weapon. It doesn't need much, and neither does anything else, so I think it's close. That's just a I'm dodging that dog moment. Nothing there. It's about to not be. Hi, nerd.
The sniper is slain. I'm Ogryn. Shoot him! Make it!
Ogrin shield ready.
Problem we have here? Oh, I'm swinging over their heads.
The grenades fall.
So we don't have beacon, and that feels bad. I did say the big scary nerf word. How could I propose anything ever be nerfed in the video game? It's just PvE, nothing should ever be nerfed. We should only buff things until the game is so easy I can play with my eyes closed. New challenge difficulty, buff all the weapons till they one-tap everything. That's the play. That was an incredible taunt. Let's give him credit. I think we got a monstrosity. I keep hitting the railing. Goblin. Yes. Yes, Thammer versus Pickaxe is not favored to Thammer. Let's just have it out.
I should have let the witches stay.
Praise the
I think this weapon is perfect as a toggle. Oh my god. What happened to me? Am I just being bullied by this dude? Oh, he switched targets. Yes, I thought he was fighting the Ogre and then he was fighting me. Ah, curses. Probably shouldn't have used that stim. I probably should have saved that for after the Medicae. That would have made more sense. And I'm gonna down. Yep, I shouldn't have vaulted that. That was stupid. That's the problem. I am surprised I've only downed once. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I really thought I was going to be, in, like, permanently down, but that's been not too bad. I guess that stim was good, because I wouldn't have survived that before. So what we gotta look at here is I gotta go back and look at my melee damage in these games and see if I'm pulling good melee damage or if it's just all my flamer. Because I've got a bunch of games to look at now, right? So, am I a flamer bot? It doesn't need more boss damage. It needs more damage into crushers, ragers, maulers. It needs its charge swings to work differently, I think. Oh man, I'm hitching. I might be due for a memory error. Back here.
Blessed be an apothecary. Slap! Just a need ammunition. Check that out.
Oh my. I got it.
We have slain the trapper. So falls the sniper.
The flamer in that somewhere.
The grenades fall silent. I shall purge thee!
Oh my god, I've dodged! Classic bruiser moment. They still haven't fixed that issue and it's still driving me up a wall. Alright, well I guess I'm gonna go get Medicae so I don't become a corpse. Oh my god, they're itching.
What about stairs?
I sense a troubled mind.
Stairs do not collapse on their feet.
So I'm not the only down. I still am so surprised, like, how I'm not just a corpse this whole game. Like, this feels pretty hard to play. You prepper! Oh boy. Chad is playing like a Chad. So is Big Boy Billy.
Strange.
And Figma here is doing well. I know this is a lower level Havoc than what I might desire, but it still feels pretty good. Like, we're doing very well. We're doing 31 right now. Yeah, good fundamentals matter, man. Also, I mean, I managed to engage those shooters despite everything. So, the guy who was playing with Shock and Awe before, this is what I'm talking about. I've got Headstaker stacks, and I'm feeling perfectly fine into all this mass, even though it's kind of a lot. Hey look, I got kills with my Thunderhammer. There it is! Can't even hit the button. Alright, we're rebooting. Got the out-of-memory crash right there. Not a great time. Hopefully they hold it together while I reboot. We weren't talking about my fundamentals. We were talking about the Ogryn's fundamentals. Hello? Where's my pop-up? Where's my pop-up? No, did they wipe? No way. It's just a flesh wound. Is that the one where you don't take any damage all game? You have to not take health damage, right? Or is it the one where you have to run super fast at low damage? I can't rejoin. That feels so awful. Maybe they're alive? Hold on, maybe we can previous mission it. If maybe they're still there, I can just rejoin. Alright, we're gonna try and join his strike team. I tried. It was declined. So I don't think he wants to play anymore. And clearly, yeah, I think unfortunately, under 20 minutes. So that used to be 12 minutes, and just go play a heresy game. Run martyrdom. No, actually don't run martyrdom. That's gonna make it harder for you. No, martyrdom's pretty strong. Your choice. Run whatever build you want. Just get to low health, and what would I say? Focus on your dodges and focus on your slides, and most of all, get a team that is going to be like willing to move forwards, preferably with other people, so that you can do it. I did it with randoms, to be fair. And the last piece of advice I have for you is to play Magistrati Oubliette, because it's a short and easy map. So that would be how I would do that. All right, we're going to do the crit operator build. Red. That's the rampage.
The tools of war are the tools by which the Omnissiah
to get a... Okay, so this build, better than I expected. Not amazing. So I was an ARM enjoyer back in the old days, but then now I play a lot of Cortex for BAR. So make of that what you will. I need a build for Piety. points than expected. Can I get Faithful Frenzy? I would like Faithful Frenzy. What can I take? I can ditch this. Take Faithful Frenzy. That will help. That will be fine. Well, I wasn't planning on running that Wrath Be Swift on it. Not running it on every build. Like, I wanted to see how it played on Thammer. It was playable. It's playable. But what I would even take here? I could take, like, with this build, there's just nothing I want. Wrath Be Swift it is. Do I have my Critterator? Yes. I don't need the Flamer because I have a Critterator, so I will go back to Yielded Bolted Pistol. I don't need Wound Carriers. Get rid of those. Toughness. You must have all crashed because they were all in the Morningstar already, or they wiped really fast. That's the other option. Where are the rest of my toughness curios that have been modified? That's one. No, that's not. What? Why is this so disorganized? Why does this have to be so painful? Sustained Assault? Alright, we'll do it. We'll get Sustained Assault instead. We'll go get it. Toughness curios. They should be here. Fine, we'll take this one. It's already equipped. That's also already equipped. Just please, one more. And then I can just tweak it or whatever. Fine. Fine.
You bear holy weapons. Wield them in the Omnissiah's cause.
Certified build diversity moment. True.
And what do we have here?
Regen and resistance.
Praise the
To the
Omnissiah.
other curio also adjusted. Don't need experience anymore. I think I've got enough of that. We'll get the rest of my toughness, and we will. Sort of got my curios were just like deleted, but whatever. Alright. Drop thy Wrath Be Swift, and we will go get Sustained Assault. Ready? There it is. Throw this up on the party finder. We've got one on this difficulty. Can't believe we crashed out. I think we had that in the bag, to be perfectly honest. I think we would have won. We were just kind of rolling. The worst part was actually just the next drop down, and then that's it. Sure. Oh, I don't know who I just accepted. It moved. That's a terrible UI. What a god-awful UI.
Do you hear?
Look at how teeny tiny Eviscerator is. Look at how itty bitty it is. It's not even as big as the Demos. Terrible tragedy, honestly. Oh, should I? Yeah, fine. I don't want to fiddle with the build for another half hour. I have been making videos about how much I hate the Eviscerator for 2 years. There's only so much I can do about them not wanting to remodel their weapons. I'm sure that would be a lot of work for them, but I mean, I don't know. I don't say that with any insider knowledge. They've not told me anything about the subject, so I just mean it in the more bland sense of like, if it was possible for them to tell me something about that, I'd love them to change it. But I'm just guessing from what I know of game dev, like, art assets like that are not just hit scale and drag. It's going to be quite a big weapon to modify, and they'd have to do it for the whole family, so they're probably not going to want to prioritize that anytime soon when there's so many other problems to worry about, right? So, and that's what I would do if I was in charge too. I'd just not worry about it. I'm still going to complain about it though. It's too short. Like, look at this thing. It's tiny. It's fatter than a typical chainsword, but it's not really bigger than a chainsword.
That smell is horrible.
Havoc UI? Oh, yeah, well.
Extrapolated data suggests the bazaar is a good location to scan for cyber.
I cannot comment on that subject.
He shall not be found wanting.
Oh, this is the Mark III. Uh-oh. Alright, well, we got problems with the gate. Alright. God, I forgot how much suppression this bolt pistol does. Wish the heavy had more reach. Bet, so we're gonna be ammo hungry this game. What's the balance philosophy? I have no idea. That was before my time, and I have to tell you, I don't like that kind of thing. Unless there's like some sort of like advantage to the weapon, like, oh, it swings faster or something. I can't imagine why you just have one that's just worse. You should never have a weapon that's just worse within a mark set. Shame that I got the wrong Eviscerator. The other one's just better. What's going on? What am I stuck on? Oh. You have a Void Strike Staff and an Inferno Staff. That's a pretty good combo. Missed. I gotta not be here and be somewhere else. I don't know the combos. I'm just making stuff up. Gotta try and get the Ogrin if we can. Think I can do this? Nope. Oh, no one can accuse me of not trying. We need to pull back if we can. I don't think we can. I think we're just here. I'm wasting ammo. Yeah, Mark 3 of this Raider feels really bad. Why did I cleave him? I should have stopped on him. What the heck happened to this now? What's going on? Do I have perfect strike on this? Like, I have the wrong of this order entirely? What is this? Like, they changed this forever ago. It's supposed to stop on elites, just like the other Thunderhammer. I'm so confused.
Oops.
Played Berserker game before.
Farewell, sibling. Rest easy.
I think he's become a corpse. Apparently, Drake Captain does, because I just, like, hard cleaved him. It's probably something like that.
Trial no longer. Master, see my deeds.
Ah. Yeah, what was that? I also cleaved that guy. Wow, that's not even dead. Worth the damage, worth the damage, worth the damage.
Master, grant me strength. Embrace.
My crits are just like yeeting all the way through stuff. Feels like perfect strike, but I shouldn't have perfect strike. Unless I just grabbed the wrong eviscerator. Just gonna take. Would feel awful. It's just very confusing. Where did that knife go? This is 39. I do have Wrath. Maybe that's why, but it still should. If there's supposed to be a flag for this kind of thing.
Tangible commodity at best.
I don't know.
Master's name! Cower, hound! It's gone. You're underway. Fuck the master. My cook's flamer.
Let's conserve ammo because I've got this guy to do it.
See? It's getting closer. I see it. The trap is ended. So calls the sniper.
Alright, can we finally move forwards?
Rejoice! The bomber is dead! I will protect your simpleton! My doom comes!
It's that burster. I hear him. Oh no. Oh no, sorry.
Trapper! Slay them!
That was
Proceeding as we should! Praise the master!
I'm about to trigger so much stuff. I can't believe I killed him by throwing a knife at a specialist. That's just the worst, most disappointing outcome possible.
Hear the cry! See
Oh, what the fuck?
Demon host! Destroy it! For the master of mankind!
Well, I doubt I can pull this off.
Casting your soul into the abyss! I shall punish thee!
Can't even move because I'm running no thy wrath. Oh, it's over. I'm stuck in a corner. Try and take it. I did not clutch. I flubbed. I believe I have to kick myself, but it's not quite time for it to be over yet, so I'll have to kick myself later. Man. Spelling is hard. That's why I don't do it. Yeah, I didn't have any special cleave blessing on this thing. Like, it's the correct weapon. Your non-special H1 goes... Okay, so my non-special going through gunners is unexpected, but fine. But my special was also cleaving them, which
Better
was...
that you had died in battle.
Yeah. Oh man, fight spreads. Again. He's not ready.
Speak.
Think Savage Sweep is doing it? Yeah, I have Savage Sweep. Savage Sweep should increase his cleave, but shouldn't change the dynamics of me hitting a flagged enemy and stopping on it, right? So that's why I'm so confused. It's supposed to be the same.
Do you seek to
I'll
prove
queue up another
yourself?
one, and then this will be my last one for today. I've done my experimenting and my disaster ideas, and just been having a great time. So we got some data, we got some bad ideas out there in the open. My special just got undone. Oh, that could be it. I mean, that really could be it. Hemgoy, man. What a name. Look at this. Yeah, I agree. I think we need a shout bet or a chorus. A chorus would help us win. A shout bet would help. Probably take a shout bet. I've been playing Rivals. It's been very fun. It's a great game. I'm a little bad at Spider-Man. Yeah, I do. Oh, okay. Probably doesn't want to lose. I don't care if I lose right now. Like, I can't stress that enough. I am currently just experimenting, so however much damage or loss or whatever I take just doesn't bother me. Do I want to do 2 Ogryn again? I'm going to take the Ogryn. I'm going to take Wes. I can ping you the Discord later, Jinxer. Just leave a comment on the video, and I will just send you a link. I did have a Merry Christmas. I hope you did too, Sagi.
What is it?
Someone should come talk to Duke.
Yes.
There we go, never mind. He's just changing characters.
For this mission, you're heading into HL 7004. It's a recreation district, better known as the Carnival. It never was a place to be proud of, but the Mobians have made it worse. The Mobians are running stims out of the district.
For some additional bad ideas.
This is a possible contagion vector for the Blight, so we want samples to analyze.
Ah, yes, it's this.
Hello there, my darling. Secret mission, is it? They're my favorite.
Play with only Smite so you can show the Redditors bad. Yeah, I'll just lose over and over with Smite, so that way they'll start to believe it's actually bad, even though what I'm actually doing is throwing. It's a good plan.
You too, Milk. Just stay out of my way, both of you.
Don't you dare jostle me, simpletons!
Oh, there's Smite, so if I lose, I'm doing great. I think 40. Let's keep moving. We don't have to stop here. We can move. Let's go. Go, go, go. Downstairs, then coming to the right. I'm pub stomping. So we're using my runs, so if we lose, I'm not like sacrificing somebody else's anything. And I'm playing builds that I don't have any idea if they're good or not. I think this build's probably going to be good, but oh, this is going very badly. Alright, get back to the Psyker. I'm gonna try it. I had just one FOTF. Right. I doubt I can clutch this. Missed the dodge. I didn't hear him. Good hit. Yep. Maybe he can throw me somewhere good. No. I'm toast. I'm dead. I'm dead. For the Medicaid. Yeah, that one's especially hard. I actually think cleave is actually a real problem. Cleave damage as well on that particular weapon. So. Alright, give me a shake. You just one shake. We got about time for one more. Cleave cap is really a problem on these weapons. It's from an older design era where there was way less enemies in the game, you know? It was very fun. So I want to run it again. But let's try not to die instantly. One chain axe game? You know what? Sure, let's do it. Let's do a chain axe game. I haven't done chain axe into a Havoc 40 in quite a minute. So we'll do it. We'll do it on that build I was playing earlier, because I actually really want to try, because like, I like martyrdom. Actually, let's do it in inexorable. I haven't done an inexorable in a minute. So give me just a second. Where's my inexorable build? So it's like it. I wonder. Do something atypical, and we're gonna try and pick up the crit cooldown, because I think that's actually really strong, and I think I've been sleeping on it. Okay. All I can say is that I love the chain weapons, and it's always been my thing, so I'd like them to be back in line.
Do not waste my time.
Yeah. I got time for about one more. If we win or lose, unless we just like instantly wipe again, I'll probably call it after this one. I don't mind too much. We can just play the video game and have some fun. Wait, what? It didn't give me the right weapon.
You're heading into recreation.
Are you kidding me?
HL7004. Don't get any ideas about enjoying yourselves. It always was full to the brim with scum.
So disappointing. I have to play the whole game now with a dueling sword.
The Mobian stim trade seems to be a contagion vector for the Blight. So you're to raid the amphitheater and get us some samples for study.
I swapped. You guys saw me do it. I think the game just ruined me. Did I change the build right at the end or something? What am I even playing? Oh, man.
Oh, look at this.
Well,
Very clandestine.
first.
Don't mind me. Go about your business. Commodore, I don't know what you're doing here. Well, I just thought I'd pop in.
Is what it is.
My apologies, Explicator.
This is my evil Reginald era. I only play the video game with incredibly epic meta weapons.
Better. Stay out of this, both of you. Doesn't look terribly reinforced.
Ah, is that what happened? Okay. Well, then I just flubbed it with my small brain.
Not exactly subtle, but you're through. Now to find those snipers. This reminds me of a nasty little skirmish back on Symbol of 5. Oh, fond memories.
I hope you're looking for a fight, my darling, because you aren't getting one.
How's our vet doing?
Active terminal up ahead. Get your data interrogators ready.
Can't go leave her without a fight, my darling. Weapons up!
Data stream looking good.
This is where you stand, by the way, if you want to die less. This is just the spot. I use this weapon so little. Oh, I didn't hear him. Hey. Probably killing the team by being too aggressive, but these shooters needed to go away. What is going on? Why am I not shooting? We lagging? We memorying? Can I get him, you think? Probably not. Got shot. I'm getting shot. Did I? Yeah, we're gonna wait. This team is super suboptimal, so I'm not surprised we're dying. This is like the hardest opening section, and we're playing with like one guy on VOC. It's kind of what makes Havoc fun a little bit, but it's a little frustrating just to keep losing over and over again. But I said I was running bad builds today, so we're running bad builds. We'll run good builds another day. Together and like stream like I don't know, probably be actually really entertaining to like try hard with like JSAT on stream or something.
Keep coming.
Yeah.
They keep dying.
Okay, we're trying the axe. That's what we came here to do. No, I've got time. I've got time to train axe.
Are you ready to serve?
This is not a build I would typically take into Havoc either, for the record. Like, I wouldn't run Inexorable. I think it doesn't give you enough in the way of breakpoints. This is like, we're already in I wouldn't run this normally territory. So we're running triple stamina. It's gonna be ugly. We're gonna do some dying.
A soldier serves without hesitation, without doubt.
I never get backstabbed, so I don't know. I said if it was long. It was my last run. Yeah, Mercantile isn't that bad with people who know how to dive very hard. You do have to dive. Oh, I should check out that mod hat. I should.
For this mission, you're heading into HL 7004. It's a recreation district, better known as the Carnival. It never was a place to be proud of, but the Mobians have made it worse. The Mobians are running stims out of the district, the handover being in the old amphitheater. This is a possible contagion vector for the Blight, so we want samples to analyze.
It should have a backstab kills Maverick. It might even. There's a lot of stuff that tracks stuff like that. It pulls a lot out.
I wasn't aware you'd be joining us. Me? I'm just here to provide local knowledge, in case it's handy. You see, Commodore, I knew you'd not be required.
I don't think Silo Cluster is in Havoc rotation, but I would like to. I would like to run Silo Cluster in Havoc. To me, the ideal for Havoc is like the win rate is so low that people are just like dying in the first couple rooms is the norm, but not because you're running bad builds, it's because you're running the best builds and that's as far as you can get. Yeah, they need to add more maps to Havoc. It's actually just terrible. Get out of here. I think what's interesting is, like, my takeaway from this, if I'm going to take a takeaway from playing these bad builds, right, is FOTF has allowed me to be in a position to be the last alive many times. What I can't work out is to what extent has it made it so that my team is the one dying? Like, how much are we sacrificing because I didn't bring Chorus, right? Oh my god, what am I stuck on? Why can't I move? Brown told that to come back. God.
Assist me!
I couldn't even dodge out. I just got destroyed. So to have defensive impact for the team on FOTF. With worse builds, it becomes... Yeah, I think I agree. You're not sure it's the builds. Well, that could be it too. I mean, if I were to take these builds and run them with the right team, I might be able to do better. That's always... I mean, I am just running in pugs, so you never know. There is, to an extent... So no, I wasn't talking about Relic versus FOTF specifically. I think that you have to look at the question of meta in two different... Yeah, the room is very hard too for teams. I also screwed up, so could I have prevented that with Relic? Well, you know, maybe we can run it back. Hang on. Can we... Do we have one more? Did we lose 3 of that already? Because if we did... The ideal would be that I just test it with Chorus and see if it works. Nope, I can't.
Harden your heart.
Screw it. If we can run one more, we'll just run one more. I got enough time. I mean, I think the thing that's always the question is like, okay, so we're making bad decisions on purpose. We know things are going to be hard. Yeah, it's a bummer I demoted. It is interesting that it feels like my Thunderhammer games went a lot better, even though there's no reason for them to have. So it could be that the Flamer was making a big difference. We could look at the statistics real quick, by the way. Hold on. Let's see. Where did I start today? Did we play Vigil? We didn't play Vigil. We did Clandestium last night. Vigil Station. This looks wrong. Lost. 16 minutes. Oh, right. We did do this. Okay. Right. Okay, so here was Chad, the game with Chad, right? So let's look at how much damage was melee and how much was ranged. So of my damage... Oh, wait. We have to actually look at that a little bit more, because there's also condition damage. So we add these stats together. I did... Half my damage was on Thammer. Our smoothest games, if I think about it, even though I was running suboptimal builds the whole day, our smoothest games always went with Bubble, right? So I can run Thunderhammer as long as there's a Psyker with a Bubble.
The Emperor calls you to war.
Yeah, that's the other thing. So maybe the actual meta here is I run like a Flamer, and that's like enough to suppress and do damage. Or not meta, but like what's desirable within these people. Yeah, that room is very hard too for people. It's difficult because like the Zealot might want to aggress in that situation, but like you said, Hat Stealer, it's not necessarily the case that the whole party can. So like the Zealot can get away with it. I got away with it. I can run around. You saw me do it aside from when I dove those gunners badly, right? But the rest of the party can't always make that push. And then there's the question of like, I'm diving out here, but am I taking way too much frontline strength from the party? It is an interesting question on how to best play. When you're playing suboptimally, because I want to see, like, the reason we're doing this today, just for clarity, I know, I can't wait to read all the comments being like, oh my god, you suck, it's going to be so fun. But the reason we're doing this way today is to try and put to the test, like, what can be gotten away with and what can't be, and, like, try to learn some lessons. Because everybody else is just spamming Chorus right now. Okay, cool. You know, you can win if you all spam Chorus and stack whatever, but, like, what else can you do? What other builds is going to be run? What kind of bad decisions is going to be gotten away with? And nobody's going to figure that out unless you go figure it out. Go test it. So, where are the limits? What's this? This is why I don't like chain axe, by the way, in Havoc. I've done this before. This is my horde clear weapon technique. It stops on the first guy. Striker's dead. The Ogrin is dead. You know, it could be just the team. Like, maybe the build is fine, the team's the problem. Like, this was solvable by just not being directly in the line of fire. I would like to... So, a lot of people have been talking about the shooters, and, like, I totally understand the shooters thing. Like, they're really dangerous, and that's a good thing. But right angles are really impressive as a defensive tool. Alright, that guy's gonna die. That guy's gonna die. I don't know if the team got... I think the team got shredded by... yeah, probably Goop. That's actually probably what it was.
They see counter, and well they might.
Oh my lord.
I shall strike thee, master. See my deeds.
You can't put Rampage on a chain axe. You can do Slaughterer and Head Taker, and that'd probably do better for Cleave. What is this thing doing? Gunner just burned to death. Ow. Oh my god. Do I have gunner resist on these Curios? I don't remember. I have to say the Thunderhammer build felt very good, and this does not feel like it. Tension now. I need to knock. No.
Where is the Medicaid? Alright.
Cover just makes it fun.
Shield Ray! Come for me!
The trapper is no more.
Green Burst is genuinely so helpful in this mode. Should I drop this? That's a big question. Probably not. Flamer is making a big impact. So I guess that says something.
Watch out!
The goo sometimes doesn't make enough noise, so it's not entirely unfair for people to miss it. I've missed it more than once. Like, that's kind of the problem with it. Theskirios. I would be doing better with tough Theskirios. I forgot to put tough Theskirios on build. Whoopsies. Yeah, I should be running tough Theskirios on this. This would be much more playable. I didn't realize.
Beloved Emperor for this bounty.
We should back up. Wait, how far away is our next res? Oh, they're already over there. Crap. Okay.
A vile fusion of corrupted flesh! Slay the gunner!
Got an egg just for you!
Thanks for it. Oh, do it. I'm gonna make some map progress here.
Ammunition! And much needed! Purpose guides us true!
Need to back out. You take that Medicaid. Clutching again, boys. They didn't say they reg quit. They said they are running into internet issues in the chat. Shot me through the little bars. I thought I was behind cover, but I was not behind cover. Damage. Let's go. So here's the takeaways. Oriana's with Thammer as well. Yeah, so I ran, this was with Thammer as well. So let's just inspect the scoreboard for a second, just talk about what did what, and then we can learn something from the video game. Sisyphus stream? Well, I'm not gonna... I'll try to do a stream where I win a bunch some other day. I was just really curious about these concepts, and you know what? People can call me shitty online some other day. I've posted more than enough challenge runs. I'm really just interested in what can be done. Okay, so... Yes, Bubble is good. I mean, what can be said? Bubble good. As soon as we lose our... As soon as we lost our Psyker, the game got harder. I think that the argument I have heard people make that... So I think I was making an argument earlier that you could do... Well, it's hard. This is hard to do, because... Let's say for Pug games, you probably want at least one Chorus Zealot due to the duration of the uptime on yellow. And then I should let people know we're done. Okay, so let's just real quick talk shop. So I've got sessions. I started doing this last night because I was playing, and I was like, oh, well, what would this build be like? So, and what would and I tweaked the build and so forth. So we can kind of like poke through that real quick and just have a conversation about it. So if you're playing with publics, I think that Chorus is great because of the suppression, and I think that Chorus provides a lot of other utilities, right? So let's assume you're going to take one vet with Shout. There's good uptime on Shout, but it's only 50 over toughness, so you still can't always push into shooters really aggressive. Bubble is incredibly strong because it does deal with most of the shooter issues, which can allow your team to just choose to DPS. The Ogrins did fine in all of my games, like, even though they were just running pickaxe, right? So the Ogrins were fine. I don't feel like the Ogrins were ever truly the problem, per se. And I was always last alive on FOTF, but I was building in a way that was greedy, right? So if we think about it from the perspective of a public game, not a game with like a bunch of competitive players who really know what they're doing, right? Because there's a lot of players out there that are just like really good, right? And you could do stuff with them you can't do with other players. So, you know, like JSAT crew are crazy. So let's just put that on the table, right? So we're talking about public games. If you're doing a public game, you have space in your build for one. No, Gun Psyker isn't worth it in Havoc. It's bad. If you are doing a public game, you can do one guy on Chorus, one guy on Vet, Shout, one guy on Bubble. You can, if you have a really good Ogrin on Shield, lose the Chorus and have, but Chorus is probably safer in your public games. If you're doing a game with, you can even in publics, you can probably afford to have one guy be greedy. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can have one guy do really greedy gameplay. Like, look at this game here. This was me on Thammer. This was our Psyker was doing Inferno, and this was Plasma. Okay, so this is a Plasma Shout Vet. This is me with a Thunderhammer, and this was, I think, a knife stealth zealot. Okay. Dang it, I didn't mean to close that. If we go to another session earlier in the night, like I had top damage, we made it about halfway through the game. We beat the middle ground. So this was Clandestium 40. Okay. Okay, so the next thought I have is, dang it, again, how do I go back? Do I just hit escape? No. Sessions? Okay, I go to sessions. All right, so we go here. Here's another one. You can't, this one's broken. Sorry, I don't know why it was broken. No, you don't hit escape. God. Let's see here. This was a 39. So this is our first try. I was out damaged on Thunderhammer Flamer by the Ogryn. So that was a bad game for me, but it was short because we only got 200,000. This, I had most damage amongst 2 Ogryns and a Smite Psyker, right? That damage came from... So condition damage is my Flamer, and melee damage. So my melee damage on the Thammer was good. Let's see. This is just not even a functional one. Here we go. It's another one. Let's take a look. So this was, I think, Dueling Sword or something. Okay, so that's about all the good ones I have. I have Mercantile. These are really short. We're not going to use that as judge information. Okay, so public meta. Probably still want a Chorus Zealot. You can do it. I think you can definitely do it if you have a really good Ogryn to take over and that Chorus Zealot. But I think that you basically should probably, if you're doing public, run a Chorus Zealot, a Vet with Shout, and a Psyker with Bubble. And then you have slot 1 for Greed, which is to say you can pick something, anything you want. Like, one guy can just play something strange. And I think you can get away with it as long as all the players are at least competent enough to be 40s, right? Private meta, I still think includes FOTF Zealot. And I think the reason for that is you can afford to play differently. Like, a number of times, the reason I was in a... Oh, that's a Power DI. It's a mod on whatever it's called. So if you're playing private meta, I think FOTF is incredibly strong. I mean, how many times did I manage to just get res, and I'm just standing there, like, resing in the middle of a bunch of bad stuff because I can use Until Death to safely do it, right? So I can still be an asset to the team, and I do a lot more damage. Like, one of the noticeable things is... goodbye to that guy. One of the noticeable things about FOTF is I'm doing the same kind of damage as a Plasma Vet, but I have infinite ammo. And that's not a small thing. Like, there's got a number of scoreboards where I did FOTF, where I'm doing Plasma tier damage, or even Inferno tier damage, but I have infinite damage, right? Or infinite ammo. And so that's super huge for a team that wants to be able to make forward progress and forward pressure and has the composition available to them of a Bubble Psyker already and a Vet with Shout. And I think you can get away with 2 other slots being whatever you want and have a very successful set of private runs. I think if you're running games the way JSAT and crew and I are running games, you can do more, which we've shown. I mean, we did the 4 FOTF Zealot run. We've done dives on a bunch of gunners with 4 Ogryns with no guns. Like, we've done all that stuff. But just talking about, like, what your average pub experience should be like, I think... Yeah, thankfully these Inferno Psykers are ammo cap. I think the Inferno staff itself is insane. But it's, we're playing Havoc. We're going to pick stuff that tries to work. None of my runs were successful today, really. And it's hard to... Without doing them again with a really good squad, which I'll have to do at some point, I'll try and get that done. I'll try and get that stream done of, like, doing really janky builds together with really qualified people, right? Would be interesting as an experiment. That with grenades. Yeah, that's a good point too, Young. The grenades are huge. The box can be huge. Beacon is big for Zealot, so that's one of the other things is like, okay, a lot of those games had various corruption problems. So if you take a Chorus Zealot, you're dealing with the corruption, right? So then you can have Chorus, and yeah, he's not going to do a ton of damage, right? But he could take the Flamer, and he could be fine. You take the Inferno guy with the Bubble, you take the Vet with the Plasma, and then you just take anything you want. You can facilitate the other guy with those 3 things. So, level starter 1 starter gear, Havoc 40. Can we use abilities? Like, can I have a full talent tree, or do I have to do it completely gray? Oh, level 1 starter. Okay, so, like, literally just level 1s. The breakpoints on that would be so painful. That game would take, like, 2 hours. I don't know if you guys saw it, but there was people soloing Havoc 40 right now. So they're certainly like, they're mostly cheesing it by running around with the dueling sword or a knife. So don't get me wrong, like it's been done, but be with level 1 starter here. I think that would be way too painful to play, and I don't know that it would be possible. I think that the player would be too pressured by incoming mass to be able to do it on Havoc 40. Right? Because like all of my stupid experiments today have showed how important some of those control components are. And some of my Ogrins solved that problem. Some of my Ogrins were dead all the time, but some of my Ogrins were really strong, right? So like we didn't have Chorus, we had 2 Ogrins and a Psyker with Bubble at one point, and we made a lot of map progress before we died, right? And we died in a way that I feel that any squad could have died with some of those games, whereas some of these games, you lose certain characters and you're just done, right? So it's interesting. I'm looking forward to playing with this some more, so I will have to probably wrap it here. I think we can open up the meta a little bit, but I do think if you're pubbing, you probably just want like at least 3 like team buff oriented support people to make it as easy as possible and win. That's my guess. And then I think you could play with a 4th person who's doing something else, who's maybe, it might even be more like, it might just real quick. I'm just going to play with this notion a little bit more because we're just trying to figure out what works, right? So let's say you've got a 1-1-1. You've got Chorus, Bubble, and Voice of Command. Those players are all contributing a lot, of course. What could be the case is a Zealot on FOTF is the ideal in that circumstance because it is an infinite melee damage pump that is also very tanky because Zealot is insanely tanky, right? And it has the capacity to res, right? You have a exactly. Keck gets it. Maybe it's wise to have a main character slot because that guy, even though he could potentially clutch that guy, and you need clutches, right? Instead of doing 2 Chorus Zealots, you've got 1 Chorus Zealot, you got the main character slot. He's going to go around, he's going to do the big damage, he's going to continue to fight all the stuff, he's going to do the crazy stuff that you can't get done otherwise. And I think that could be, hypothesis, more stable in a Havoc 40 with pubs than other options. You just have to make sure the guy doing main character is actually good at it. Right? So that might be the pub meta if we open it up a little bit instead of just 2 Chorus Spam Zealot and Psyker, right? We'll have to put that to test. I'll try to get some people together who we can test that with, who are kind of like the right skill level, but we can get them in comms and do some comms, because I just did pub games today, right? We just did pub dying today. So that'll be my next time. We'll try for that next time. Thank you all. I really do appreciate you visiting. I am actually done here. Cold Zero, sorry we missed each other, but I'm out for the day. It's time for me to be done. I will catch you around. Have a great day.